See? Hello? Yeah. Well, hello everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's panel. We're going to be working about entrepreneurship, mobile money, and gender in sub-Saharan Africa. So, at the beginning, I would like to present our speakers. Then we'll keep going with the first presentation. Here we have Manuel Ismael Mafi at the end, and as well Njai Mabinto, and Lucius Mugisha, and to my right, Ausenda Cardoso. So the first presentation is going to be from Manuel Ismael Mafi. Let me give the chance to the other speakers to go to the room, and I think it's going to be better if he can present. So let's start. Thanks for the beginning, for the presentation. Agora vocês vão estar lá e ele pode presentar e depois vamos mudar assim. Está bem? Sim? Okay. Thanks a lot. See? No, give me just a second. I'm going to present our first speaker. So let me tell you some words about our first speaker. Is Manuel Ismael Mafi. Is a distinguished senior lecturer at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, where he serves in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology with a passion for understanding the intricacies of human behavior and societal structures. Mafi has carved a niche in the fields of psychology, gender issues, and special needs education. His research explores the impact of societal norms on mental health, emphasizing the unique challenges faced by marginalized groups. Over the years, Mafi has published extensively in academic journals, contributing valuable insights into gender dynamics and the importance of inclusive education. His work highlights the need for awareness and advocacy for individuals with special needs, promoting policies that fosters equitable educational opportunities. In addition to his teaching and research, Mafi is actively involved in the community outreach programs aimed at raising awareness about gender issues and supporting individuals with disabilities. His commitment to social justice and education continues to inspire both students and colleagues at the university. Through his dedication to teaching, research, and community engagement, Emmanuel Mafi remains a vital figure in the academic landscape of Tanzania, influencing future generations and advocating for a more inclusive society. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to Emmanuel Ismael Mafi.
Okay, thank you very much for a very nice introduction. And as have been introduced, I'm Emmanuel Mafi from the Department of Sociology and Anthropology. And this morning I'm going to share with you my findings of a study which I carried in Dar es Salaam to see how my mobile money services have managed to be a stimulator toward women empowerment economically. Now, now allow me to put my discussion in context by presenting to you historical background of digital and internet service in Tanzania. As we heard from the previous discussion, particularly that was presented by Samuel on digital and the internet services at the University of Dar es Salaam, it was until 1981 when digital and the internet services introduced in Tanzania. But during the time, until 1993, all the telecommunication services were handled and controlled by one a state-owned company, Tanzania Telecommunication Corporation. And by 1993 is when the telecommunication services was liberalized by inviting private telecommunication company, in fact, to offer the telecommunication services. So at this time, a number of telecommunication companies came to Tanzania to start providing services on telecommunication. And in fact, by today, there are a good number of telecommunication companies which are offering the service. Now, after the introduction of private telecommunication companies in Tanzania, a number of transformation in the telecommunication service were introduced. In fact, aiming to make sure that they improve the life of the citizen, particularly in the services related to internet, but also telecommunication. And one of them was the introduction of mobile money services. And the first service was introduced in 2007 by the Vodacom, and it was popularly, in fact, it's popularly known as M-Pesa. And for sure, the coming of mobile services in Tanzania added a lot to Tanzanians, particularly when it comes to financial services. Why? Because previously there was a very shortage of financial services. Why? Because bank services were only centered in the big cities and towns. So the marginalized communities, particularly the lower class citizen, were denied to a service of financial services or banking services, including female. So the introduction of mobile money services, it was emancipation kind of era, whereby now the citizens were able to do banking services so easily. Those who are coming to Tanzania, they can remember the eras where, if, for example, you want to send a money or receive a money to somebody, it was only possible through EMO, EMS, and sometimes we use buses. And it was a very, very, disturbing process, because it may take even a week or even 2 weeks to just transact the money. So the coming of mobile money, in fact, added a very good contribution in the financial services. Now, but again, it's important to note that from African cultural and the norms, and particularly in Tanzania, women were denied the means of production. They were unable, in fact, to have any means where they could be able to generate income. Why? It's because all the means of production were owned by men. But again, even those few female who managed to break through, there was no system which allowed them, in fact, to manage the little money that they had. But with the coming of mobile money, they were now able, in fact, to be able to save the little money that they have. But again, they were also get an opportunity to receive entrepreneur education, and they also get an opportunity to get even microloans from these companies. So what I want to say now, the emergence of mobile money services brought transformation by enabling women to achieve financial growth and reduce economic dependence, particularly from men. The service provider provide an alternative to traditional banking, enabling women to open and manage savings accounts, transfer money securely, but also access credit even without employment or collateral. Something which previously was impossible because remember, they own nothing. So they are nothing to submit to a bank as a collateral. But coming of these services, in fact, it was now very possible even to acquire these credits. As a woman grow financially and secure independent income, the reliance on male-dominated financial systems decreases, hence stimulating gender equality in economic participation. Now, basing on the background that I have presented, this very particular paper of mine aimed to explore how the mobile money platforms, mobile banking, and digital financial tools have managed to empower women to access previously inaccessible financial services, increasing their financial growth and economic independence, and reduce dependence on the traditionally male-dominated economic systems. The central questions of this very particular research was on how mobile services have enabled women to grow financially and reduce dependence economically. The paper examined the tangible benefits mobile money service have brought to women across Tanzania, highlighting their role in promoting gender equality and sustainable financial empowerment. Now, to do this kind of research, I employed a phenomenology design which enabled to share with participants their lived experiences, perceptions, feelings, and the social dynamics on the impact in which mobile money services has helped them to grow economically and to reduce dependence. A total of 20 women from Dar es Salaam participated, and the in-depth and the focus group discussion, in fact, were used to gather the data, and the data were analyzed thematically. Now, the finding. The study shows that the mobile money services has increased the financial independence and the control for women. It has increased the financial independence and control for women. Mobile money finding, in fact, shows that mobile money has enabled women to gain greater financial independence, allowing them to manage their finances without relying on their husbands or members of the family. As I said earlier, it was a taboo by then in African community, in particular in Tanzania, because of the systems that we had for women to manage their finances. Because of so many reasons. One, if they have the money, then it was very hard to keep them. Because the cultural norms allowed husband to use the money that is owned by the wife. And sometimes, because they used traditional ways of keeping the money, then it was very easy for men to access them. Those who are coming from Tanzania, they will concur with me that our mothers used to keep money in the edge of the kangas. They tied them there. Kangas is a dress which is wear in Tanzania. I don't know whether Rosa, you had once, maybe, but you don't have yet to show my members of the floor. So it's where they kept the money. Now it's very easy for men to go and just untie and take the money. But with mobile, then now the money were kept safely in the mobile, unless maybe the user are forced to, but at least there's that freedom to keep the money. So from the interviews, participants reported that mobile money services such as, there are a lot of these services in Tanzania, including, for example, M-Pesa from Vodacom, Airtel Money from Airtel, M-Pesa, and many others, gave them control over their earning and saving. So you can see how really this improvement has happened. Now, what do these findings tell? The shift in financial control empowers women to make independent decisions, regarding household expenditure, saving, and investment. Because their money, in fact, the money is theirs. They have a decision now to decide how they can use the money. They don't need to ask somebody how to use the money. They have control over these finances. They also express a sense of autonomy and pride in being to their families, which in turn improve their self-esteem and standing within the household. At the time when women were contribute something which previously, in fact, was impossible. Two, the services has also enhanced women's entrepreneurial skills. It has enhanced the women's entrepreneurial skills in Tanzania. The finding underscored the critical role that the mobile money plays in fostering women entrepreneurship. From the focus group discussion, participants revealed that mobile money services allow them to conduct business efficiently, avoiding the need to handle large sums of cash, which reduce the risk of theft and mismanagement. So again, this is a very good input that have been put in by the availability of mobile money services in Tanzania. But again, many of the telecommunication companies, they do provide financial education or training to its members. So from this training, again, women gains entrepreneurial skills. Further, the finding indicated that mobile money facilitates access to capital. In fact, as I said, there are a lot of micro loans which are being given by these telecommunication companies without the demand of collateral and so forth. Meager as it is, but it helps a lot to these women in trying to help them expand their businesses. Participants reported to use mobile money services to access microloan, as I said, which they invest in their business. Now, this finding tell us for women, the ability to conduct financial transaction and access credit via mobile money is very crucial to scaling their business and improving their economic security. Three, the mobile money services has increased social and economic networks for women. It has increased the social and economic networks for women. The finding revealed that mobile money has expanded women's social and economic networks, which are crucial for their empowerment. The finding indicated, for example, that the mobile money services has engineered the formation of women financial groups. Tanzania, they are popularly known as Peana. What they do, they form a certain number of members. A certain number of members form a group, and then they give one member. They collect the money daily, and this money is given to one person, and this goes up to the last person. And so these kind of initiatives, one, helps the women to have capital, but again, it brings them together. It brings them together, and even it's a forum of discussion of opportunities, how to solve a number of challenges across financial industry, and so many. This connectivity enables women to support each other financially and share resources during times of need, and this fosters a greater financial resilience. But also there is improved house well-being management as a result of mobile money services, whereby the finding shows that mobile money services have improved the ability to manage household expenses and save for future needs. Now, because this money in their hands. It's very easy to control. It's very easy to keep them under the hemisphere. There is no an internal factor that could really force these women to use the money unnecessarily. In this case, there are a lot of accusations for us men that we are the problem to our wives. Always, before the coming of these kind of services, in fact, they called us even the names which are not that good, that we are thieves. We are stealing from them. We even take money without their consent. But in this point, now we don't have that access. Because a wife moves with her phone everywhere, wherever she is, and you don't know the password. So at least they manage to contain our behavior, which sometimes, maybe they are also helping us if really we are doing that. So this allows them to better plan for education expenses, healthcare, and the emergencies, demonstrating the indirect benefit of mobile financial services on the family welfare. I can tell you there is a good number of women in Tanzania who are now contributing a lot on the issues related to the family. They provide school fee for their children. Sometimes they even feed the family. and because of that, there's also a debate whether women are now taking the roles of men in Tanzania. Why? Is because of this kind of empowerment, because it reaches a point where you find that it's a woman in the family who has financial muscles. And therefore, even the voice in the family is somehow with her. But this all with me, in fact, it's a very good progress toward women empowerment, but also gender equality. Now, there are some challenges, despite of all this good progress which have been made because of the emergence of establishment of mobile money services. There are still issues which are prohibiting full utilization or to realize the growth of women in Tanzania. In fact, being enhanced by the mobile money services. One is literacy and access. The finding found that there are women, especially those with lower levels of education, who face some difficulties of using mobile money platforms due to limited mobile literacy. Some of these services, in fact, they need a literal understanding. Now, and remember, the group which I interacted with is a very women from the very lower class who are dealing with, they are the vendors, in fact. They are dealing with the retail kind of business activities. In fact, in our context, Tanzania, they are mamalishas, they are matchingers. In fact, because they are even not formally registered. They are the people who are struggling to make sure that they gain daily bread. So most of these, they have not gone to school, and therefore, or they just have basic education or primary education. Some of them, they have not even gone to school. So they are really experiencing some difficulties when it comes to how to operate these services. But there are also those who don't have access or ability to buy the mobile phones, particularly the smartphone, because most of these services requires one to have a smartphone for a better service. Oh, I'm just finishing. So again, this is one of the something that happened. Another one is cultural and social barriers. Tanzanian men has not changed, but also community has not changed. There is still a belief that it's a man who is to control the finances at home. So there are sometimes, for example, there are some revelations that even women, they feel like kind of a station, because if she stand in a family and provide, other members, they feel like she has dominated the husband. And in some ways, they do alienate and isolate. So again, this is something that really they experience. So the findings on the challenges of women who use mobile money is that while mobile money has the potential to empower women, its full impact is constrained by deeply seated social and cultural practices. Conclusion: these study findings have highlighted the transformative potential of mobile financial services while also revealing the barriers that women continue to face. Mobile money has empowered women by increasing their financial independence, supporting entrepreneurship, and improving household well-being. However, challenges related to mobile literacy, access to technology, and cultural norms remain significant obstacles. Addressing these barriers through targeted policy intervention is essential for maximizing the impact of mobile money on women's empowerment in Tanzania. And thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mafi, for this interesting and enthusiastic presentation. Well, we have listened some potentials and barriers about the use of mobile phones in the life of women in Tanzania. I think we're gonna, in the fourth experiences we're gonna have today with our speakers, we're gonna be focused on that. So let's keep on the next presentation, and at the end of the fourth presentation, we're gonna have a lot of time for discussion. I think this is gonna be the most important time to share opinions. So thank you so much, Dr. Mafi. Now we have with us Ausenda Cardoso. Please, Ausenda. You're gonna need this presentation, I think. Okay. The presentation.
¿Se quedará aquí?
Ya va a estar ahí.
Sí. ¿Dejo el micro aquí?
Porque yo voy a hablar a la vez. Tenemos que estar juntos, porque solo hay un micrófono.
Sí.
Con lo cual, así. ¿Alguien puede estar aquí pasando las estas? ¿Sí? Pues nada, tú tienes que ir pasando por ahí. Well, we have a challenge presentation because Ausenda is going to present in Spanish or Portuguese, and I'm going to try to translate to English. But as well, we have the presentation in English, so we have the risk, or probably you have the risk to be reading and not listening. So let's see how we make it. Firstly, let me present our speaker, Ausenda Cardoso. Let me introduce her. Ausenda Maria Monteiro Cardoso is the Executive Director. Okay. Yes, please. Yeah. Let me introduce our next speaker. Ausenda Maria Monteiro Cardoso is the Executive Director of the Professional Association of Banks and Financial Institutions of Guinea-Bissau. And she's a member of the National Committee for Monitoring and Implementing the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. With a rich academic background, she earned a master's degree in journalism from the University of Leningrad in the former Soviet Union. Ausenda has an extensive professional trajectory which began in education as a Portuguese language teacher and later transitioned into journalism at the public weekly newspaper No Pincha. Over the years, she has contributed to the development of civil society in Guinea-Bissau through various roles in local and international organizations, including Plan International and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. Ausenda brings a wealth of experience in communications and community engagement, making her a key figure in promoting financial inclusion and social development in her country. Please join me in welcoming Ausenda Cardoso. Okay. You can start. Puede comenzar. Sería mejor, sí.
Eu gostaria de apresentar, para dar mais ou menos uma ideia daquilo que eu vou falar agora. Me
Time to
translate.
Claro.
Ok.
Well, keep going and continúa.
Mi presentación va a empezar con presentando los blocos regionales de África. ¿Por qué? Del África subsahariana. ¿Por qué? Porque aunque hablamos todos estamos engajados en la inclusión financiera, pero hay diferentes niveles de desarrollo de un bloco regional para otro. Por ejemplo,
Let me give me some time. Dame un poquito de. Well, she would like to present, obviously, her presentation, but as we are all in the same topic, she would like to focus on some special issues that she's going to tell now. ¿Sí?
Sí. Después de presentar ese bloco económico regionales, voy a hablar un poco de la dinámica de las mujeres africanas tanto emprendedoras y el sistema de empréstimo financiero, cómo funciona entre las mujeres emprendedoras.
Well, she as well mentioned that she's going to present the different regional blocks because they have some differences, and she's going to be talking about the African entrepreneurs, African women, and the use of their financial system.
También, seguidamente, hablaré un poquito de la promoción de los servicios digitales.
And as well, the promotion of digital services.
La educación de las raparigas.
Education for girls.
Algunos estudios de caso.
Case studies.
Y las propuestas de soluciones para estos casos.
And the proposals for solutions.
Aquí tenemos la África subsahariana. Quería decir, yo vengo de la Guinea-Bissau, aquí en la África Occidental. Creo que da para ver.
Well, as you see, we have Africa map. She's coming from Guinea-Bissau. Yeah.
E Guiné-Bissau se situa numa região, tanto África Ocidental, onde o empreendedorismo e a dinâmica da inclusão financeira e da digitalização também está menos desarrollada que em outras partes da região subsahariana.
Yeah, Guinea-Bissau is not one of the most developed countries according to entrepreneurship, digitalization, and financial inclusion.
Quero dizer que esse sistema de digitalização, la economia digital, é mais desarrollada na África Austral e Sul.
These topics are more developed in the West countries and in the South countries and in the Eastern one and the Northern ones.
Los blocos regionales africanos tenemos, todo el mundo conoce, la Unión Africana, que es formada por todos los países del continente africano.
And the African Union is formed by all the countries in the continent in Africa.
Tenemos la CEDEAO, que es una organización de integración regional que engloba 15 países del África Occidental, dentro de los cuales la Guinea-Bissau.
Okay, and then after the African Union, we have as well ECOWAS, CEDEAO, that is the Economic Community of West African States, and is formed by 15 countries.
Tenemos a seguir la CEADC, que es un otro bloque económico de 16 países del África Austral.
And as well the Southern Africa Development Community, that is, we have 16 Southern African countries.
Tenemos la CEAC, que es la cooperación y desenvolvimiento autosustentable de 11 países también del África Central.
Exactly, that would be Economic Community of Central African States with 11 countries.
Tenemos por último la COMESA, que es un mercado común para 21 países del África Oriental y Austral.
Okay, COMESA means Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, yeah, with 21 countries.
Todos esos bloques tienen características comunes.
All with similar characteristics.
Comercio libre, libre circulación de personas y mercaderías, adopción de la misma moneda y conductas comerciales comunes entre los países.
Yes, you can see free trade, free movement of people and goods, adoption of the same currency, common commercial practices between member countries.
Tienen niveles diferentes de desarrollo.
With different level of development.
Ahora, un poco sobre las mujeres africanas, el emprendedurismo y el empréstimo.
I'm talking about African women entrepreneurship and loans, as you see.
Es bueno decir que en toda la África existe esta gran dinámica entre las mujeres con relación al emprendedurismo y la digitalización, aunque con niveles diferentes.
Can you repeat, please? ¿Puede repetir? Sí.
No, para decir que en toda la África en general existe esta dinámica en el grupo de las mujeres, el emprendedurismo y la digitalización.
Okay. In the whole continent, the dynamic with entrepreneurship and digitalization is growing up. Yeah. Sí.
Con relación a eso, debo decir que y esta dinámica engloba, traducido en números, tenemos cerca de 26% de toda la población de África, 26%, y mujeres que sí dedican al emprendedurismo.
Yeah, 26% of women are involved in entrepreneurial activities.
Para mostrar que el emprendedurismo en África para las mujeres es una salida para la salida de la pobreza.
Okay, it's a way, entrepreneurship is a way to quit poverty.
Entonces, todas las mujeres ven el emprendedurismo como una oportunidad de salir de la pobreza y tornarse más visibles y reconocidas en la sociedad también.
Okay, so women feel that entrepreneurship can let them leave poverty, have new challenges, a better future.
Es verdad que las startups lideradas por mujeres no son tan lucrativas como las lideradas de los hombres.
But rentability, profit for activities led by women are not so profitable than others led by men. Right now, at the moment.
Ya,
Yeah, agora, no?
ya. Pero eso no significa que no tenga un impacto social positivo muy grande en la sociedad.
But it doesn't mean that it hasn't got a high social impact. Okay, so the money they get with their business is the money they use in their household expenses, so it has a social impact in their society. So, yeah.
Entonces, pero hay muchas dificultades. Segundo el estudio del Banco Mundial, faltan cerca de 200 millones de dólares para...
Por favor, un poquito más alto.
Segundo un estudio
Sí.
hecho por el Banco Mundial, faltan 200 mil millones de dólares
Ah, okay, okay.
para las mujeres emprendedoras.
Okay.
Ya eso muestra que tienen una gran dificultad.
Okay, but even with this potential, there is a lot of money lack for investment. Around $200 billion are funding is missing from African women entrepreneurs.
También hay un otro factor de bloqueo, y es el de mujeres en el sector financiero.
And as well, there's just a few women involved in the financial.
Sector financiero y
The process decisions of taking decisions.
sí, eso yo gustaría de dar un ejemplo, por ejemplo en la Guinea-Bissau, que es un caso que yo conozco bien. En los bancos comerciales que existen en la Guinea-Bissau, apenas 43% de las personas, los colaboradores, trabajadores son mujeres.
Okay, only 43% of women are employed in commercial banks, the more important commercial banks in Guinea-Bissau.
Ahora, eso que se habla de inclusión financiera fue a la Unión Africana también se declaró de 2015 a 2030 como la década de inclusión financiera y económica de las mujeres africanas.
Yeah, okay.
Para
They are-
promover
okay.
increase de acción que mejoran la inclusión financiera.
Okay, well, African Union has declared the decade 2020 to 2030 as the decade of financial and economic inclusion of African women to promote increased actions that improve women's financial inclusion towards sustainable development.
Hay muchos desafíos porque como dice la mayor parte de las mujeres están excluidas del sistema financiero.
Yeah, most of women are excluded from financial sector.
Y entonces con de las nuevas tecnologías entonces el número aumenta porque eso después me lleva a hablar de la educación de las mujeres.
¿El número de qué?
Aumenta el número de mujeres que utilizan las nuevas
Okay.
tecnologías
So,
en sus finanzas, en sus negocios.
okay. The number of women using technology is increasing, so it has a potential perspective. Yeah.
Sí, quiero decir que había dicho que la mayor parte de las mujeres se sienten excluidas del sistema financiero. Entonces, cuando hablamos de las nuevas tecnologías, este número aumenta ainda más a causa de la baja educación de las rapazigas.
El número de mujeres como hay pocas mujeres. ¿Puedes repetirlo, por favor?
Sí. Estaba diciendo que el nombre de las mujeres que operan en el sistema financiero ya es bajo.
Sí.
Y cuando hablamos de las nuevas tecnologías, de digitalización, de uso, utilización de la moneda electrónica, entonces este número aumenta ainda debido a la baja escolarización y a la educación de las rapazigas.
Okay.
No sé si está claro.
Sí. The number of women using in the financial sector is low, and as well the number of women using new technologies is lower even. So this is as a vicious circle, actually. Yeah.
Por tanto, a este desafío de promover los servicios digitales para potencializar la inclusión financiera.
So there is a challenge to promote digital services around women. Yeah.
En esa dinámica, el Banco Central del África Occidental definió una estrategia regional para aumentar ese número de mujeres en el sistema financiero.
Okay. The Central Bank of West African States developed a 5-year regional financial inclusion strategy in 2016. Yeah, and every country in ECOWAS has to adopt its own national financial inclusion strategy. Yes.
Los ejes estratégicos de esa estrategia, de esa grande política de inclusión financiera, empieza por el saneamiento y refuerzo del sector de microfinanzas, que tiene un gran papel en África.
That's it in Guinea-Bissau, particularmente. So in Guinea-Bissau, the main strategic axis of the national strategy adopted in 2023 are, as you see in the presentation, cleaning up and strengthening the microfinance sector, sorry, improving the population's financial culture and protecting users of financial services, developing the ecosystem for financial inclusion,
Promoción de metodologías y productos financieros adaptados, refuerzo de cobertura territorial de servicios.
okay, promoting adaptive financial methodologies and products, and strengthening the territorial coverage of financial services, and finally, development of fintechs in the country.
Tal vez una información complementar es el sistema de microfinanzas tiene una gran importancia en África.
Okay. Microfinance system has important relevance around Africa. Yeah.
Porque la mayoría de las personas no tienen acceso a los bancos privados.
Because the limited access to financial services and banks and services.
Entonces, en esta preocupación de promover los servicios digitales de África, de la inclusión financiera, existen varias iniciativas de sus parceros internacionales, no solamente del gobierno, pero los parceros.
Okay. So, giving a response to this worry, and the different institutions, organizations are giving responses, and now she's going to present some of them.
Temos a SADA, que é o Smart Africa Digital Academy, é também uma iniciativa do Banco Mundial. A semelhança na Guiné-Bissau, Mabindo, meu colega lá, na Guiné-Bissau vai falar depois do árbitro.
Okay. Yeah, the first one would be SADA, Smart Africa Digital Academy, an initiative from the World Bank. Our colleague Mavinto is going to keep deep in this area later in the next presentation. Yeah.
Varias startups también existen en toda la África. Por ejemplo, Asante, no sé si está existente en Kenia, pero Asante no existe solamente como empezó en Kenia, pero ahora se expandió en la África Austral.
There is another initiative called Asant that started in Kenya, but is going abroad, the other countries in Africa. Yeah.
Es una plataforma de empréstimo digital.
That is a digital lending platform.
Que tem feito muito trabalho. Outro colega falou da empresa, que também é uma outra iniciativa que é uma plataforma de dinheiro móvel.
So another one is M-Pesa. It's already mentioned in the last presentation. It's a mobile money platform as well, giving similar proposals. Yeah.
Entonces, en esta dinámica están estableciendo parcerias y las compañías, empresas de telecomunicación están teniendo un gran papel en desarrollar, hacer avanzar esta dinámica de inclusión financiera a través de los servicios que hacen.
Okay. So big companies related to technology and telecommunications, sorry, are having importance, are doing investments, proposing interesting solutions or initiatives for these issues. Yeah.
Y gracias a estas iniciativas de estas compañías, empresas de telecomunicaciones, el nombre de mujeres que se adhieren a este servicio, que se sienten incluidas financieramente, está aumentando cada día más.
Thanks to those initiatives, the number of women involved and having access to the financial sectors is growing up.
Pero hay esta barrera de la educación de las zapatilleras.
But there is still an educational barrier, as was mentioned before in the last presentation.
Porque es conocido que las zapatillas abandonan muy temprano la escuela y entonces es más difícil hacerles acompañar todo el proceso de desarrollo.
Yeah, girls quit school so soon, so that's very difficult to keep going in the personal development and access.
Entonces, para eso, la propuesta es que los gobiernos, los diferentes gobiernos, tomen eso en consideración y creen iniciativas que promuevan la educación de las zapatilleras y lo hagan quedarse en la escuela.
Okay, so government should make a big effort to avoid that women quit school.
Tenemos algunos de casos, por ejemplo, empiezo con el caso de una raparilla de Guinea-Bissau. Ella es ingeniera informática y trabajaba por una empresa de telecomunicación, pero resolvió crear un negocio, ser emprendedora, utilizando la nueva tecnología, siendo informática. Entonces pensó que sería una cosa positiva y que podría ayudar a otras personas, los japoneses, a vender sus productos, y las mujeres que no tienen tiempo de ir al mercado a hacer comprar sobre una plataforma digital los productos diarios.
Okay. Well, the first case study is about Luigina, that is a young computer engineer in Guinea-Bissau, and she decided to invest and to work as engineer, taking benefits from her knowledge and trying to help farmers in agribusiness through a digital platform.
Empezó bien, pero después empezaron las dificultades.
The start was so good, but then some difficulties appeared.
Pero dificultades que lo ultrapasaron. Las soluciones de esos problemas no se encontraban en sus manos, porque el país todo tenía problemas de infraestructuras que no permitían, primeramente, Internet para que la plataforma funcionase como debiera.
Yeah, but the most important difficulties were coming from the outside her environment, so he couldn't manage, was more related to infrastructure lacks around the country.
Esto para decir que, por ejemplo, en la Guinea-Bissau el acceso a Internet es muy difícil y el nivel de extensión de Internet también es muy bajo.
Yeah. The difficulties were relating to access to internet that is very low in Guinea-Bissau,
Es muy caro.
very expensive.
Entonces, eso hace con que el proceso de desarrollo o de integración de las mujeres en el mundo digital Tiene más complicado.
Because of the low level of internet access, is creating more difficulties for women to make a digital inclusion and a financial inclusion and access. Yeah.
Tal vez hablando de eso, es con dar una idea, algunos datos sobre la economía de Latinoamérica. Es una economía las más sensibles del mundo, extremadamente informal y con una crisis política constante.
Yeah.
Entonces, eso ya son ingredientes suficientes para obstaculizar el desarrollo.
Well, one of the most sensitive economies in the world, Guinea-Bissau, extremely informal, in political perspective, very unstable, well, with a life expectancy of 49 years for those born in 2008. Yeah?
Como dice, a pesar de este ambiente, existe gran estímulo al emprendedurismo y la innovación por parte de las entidades parceras internacionales en parcería con el gobierno.
Okay. Despite those figures, there is a huge encouragement of entrepreneurship and innovation by different international organizations in partnership with the government. Yeah.
Pero trouxe un caso de Ruanda, por ejemplo, que nós consideramos Guinea está en un extremo y Ruanda está en otro extremo, el nivel de desarrollo de las nuevas tecnologías. Tenemos la promoción, estímulo de las mujeres en el mundo del negocio.
As well in Rwanda, other issues, women in Rwanda have taken up leadership positions out of necessity and desire. Yeah.
En Ruanda, por ejemplo, la educación de las raparigas tornó-se una política de Estado. Las mujeres en Ruanda asumieron cargos de lideranza por necesidad y voluntad. Hoy el Parlamento es de mayoría femenina en Ruanda.
Okay. So girls' education became a state policy in Rwanda, and the parliament is formed now by majority of women.
Por tanto, el país tornó-se un ejemplo de paridad de género.
So the country Rwanda has become an example of gender parity.
Tenemos. Sí, sí. El Congo Brazzaville, sí, trouxe un ejemplo del Congo Brazzaville,
Okay.
por ejemplo,
Está bien.
que se encuentra en una situación mediana. Aún la lucha continúa en el Congo Brazzaville.
In Congo Brazzaville, the situation is in a medium level of development according to participation of women.
También las mujeres están subrepresentadas en los cargos de decisión. Las soluciones, ya termino. las soluciones.
Sí, and women are underrepresented in decision-making positions.
Las
So solutions.
Eso solución a nuestro gobierno, para el gobierno, su responsabilidad para que la educación financiera se torne una parte del desenvolvimiento para la liderazgo.
Well, as well, financial education, important issue to improve. Yeah.
Sí, dice que, por ejemplo, la educación financiera es uno de los ejes estratégicos de esa estrategia regional de inclusión financiera.
Yeah, that is an strategic. Financial education is an strategic issue in the national strategy.
Una orientación empresarial y financiera para las raparigas y jóvenes obreros,
Business and financial guidance for girls and young women.
financiamiento inclusivo de empresas lideradas por mujeres,
Inclusive financing for women's businesses.
financiamiento para programas de género
Financing for gender programs.
y literacia financiera para jóvenes.
And financial literacy for young women in rural communities.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Asenda, for your point of view and to remark as well important issues according or related to our topic today, digital money and the participation of women in the process of taking decisions, empowerment. So let's keep going with the presentation. Thank you so much. We're going to have now our colleague, Lucius Mugisha. Yes. Thank you. Obrigado. Just for you, I'm gonna leave. Do you want to do your change? Do you want to manage your presentation?
Yeah, I could.
So you should come here.
Okay.
Yes. Wait. I'm going to present yourself. Okay? I'm going to introduce you, and then I give you. I let you go. I let you go. We have 20 minutes. Before 3 minutes to the end, I will make you a signal, okay? Yeah? Okay. Well, let's keep going with the third presentation today. We have with us Lucius Mugisha. He holds a PhD and a Master in Sociology and a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology. He's a senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. His research interests are mainly social theory, which he applies to illuminate various social phenomena and their interactions. Specifically, he has researched and published the ways in which neoliberalized social formations in Africa has reshaped rural cooperation, resource use, and livelihoods for various groups, particularly youth, children, and women, and their narratives about food and nutrition. Currently, he's working on the ways in which digital communication technologies are providing a context for articulation of neoliberal, capitalist, and gender relations. Specifically, he zooms into the manner in which digital communication technologies have become a platform for deepening financialization processes and renegotiation of gender power relations. Please, let's extend our welcome to Lucius Mugisha.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yes, so thank you, Ignacio, for that very kind introduction. Yeah, so my presentation is on digital technologies and the struggles of what I call control of narratives. Yeah, so my interest in this is research was mainly shaped by what's happening in today's world, which is somewhat dominated by digital technologies. As you see on this particular slide, the number of people using digital technologies is very much on the rise on the African continent. And this is also echoed in the, in the discourses in the media, in the policy circles, but also the popular discourse is much about how well the digital technologies would indeed transform people's lives on the continent. So now, coming across all these discourses, I was trying to think about how I would draw from the, the conceptual tools of social sciences, and particularly sociology and anthropology, to try and reflect on this particular aspect. So now I was thinking that we have been with, evolution of technology for quite some time. In the past, we have had the agrarian revolution, which revolutionized the production, agricultural production. But we also know that some regions have also lagged behind in that particular regard. And then later we also had, we had the Industrial Revolution. Again, the same. Some regions were left behind. And now this round, we have the Digital Revolution. Now the question is whether this type of technology is very much different from those we have had in the past. So this is how I look at it. And now, in order to be able to bring in the social sciences into looking at this matter, well, much of what I have been able to do so far is a review of literature. I've been looking at what is in the literature. And in fact, what's coming out, as much as I've done, much of the literature on the digital technologies looks to be, determinist. They are represented much as agents of change, and this would be positive transformation, and sometimes negative transformation. So positive transformation in the sense of circulation of information and services, much as we have been hearing from some of the presentations which have been made here. But again, it would also, lead to negative transformation. So some people talk about the disruption of social order, issues relating to immorality. Now, what's not coming out in the literature I've been looking at is how digital technologies in fact relate to, to the socio-economic arrangement of African societies. So how does it relate, how does it shape or get shaped, by what Divine was referring to as context yesterday in his presentation. So I'm particularly inspired by Miller, and Miller is saying that what we see online is in fact a reflection of what happens offline. So Miller is saying the online context does not create anything new. It in fact reflects what's happening in the real life, right? So it's a reflection of the social, economic, cultural arrangements which we have online. Now this is the contribution which I want to make in this particular presentation. So as I said, much of what I present is a review of literature, and I've in fact extracted it from the social media platforms and the scholarly platforms, the Google Scholars and so on. So now, in order therefore to develop some alternative narrative as to how digital platforms shape people's lives, it is therefore important to think about the context in which they take place. And in this case, it's important that we think about the African context. So I'm trying to argue here that African societies, like many all other societies, are organized around a web of social relations, and this is a Marxian concept, the concept of social relations, and it has in fact to do with the ways in which resources are allocated, life-producing assets are allocated and controlled in that particular socio-economic arrangement. Those has to do with the discursive expressions, the ideological expressions of those relations. So we are arguing that the ways in which a particular society is arranged in terms of how resources, life-producing assets are controlled. And for Issa Shift, saying social relations in Africa are particularly disarticulated. So disarticulated in the sense that sub-Saharan Africa has socio-economic structures which in fact respond to external rather than internal demands. So, and this dates back to much in the past, in the colonial times, when these structures were created, to serve the colonial purposes. In fact, they have not been dismantled. So in those days, for instance, we had, what this other scholar, Michael Brawoy, calls a productivist economy, right? So we were producing cash crops, but for exportation. So this is what Shivji means when he says it's disarticulated, in the sense that we produce cash crops in order to feed other economies, other than feeding, African economies. So it's responding outside rather than responding internal. So now the productivist economy is gone. Now it's increasingly being replaced by, by overextension of markets. Now, instead of production, we are talking about marketization of almost everything, right? We are talking about issues relating to financialization. Financialization in the sense of, treating financial resources not as a medium of exchange, but as a commodity itself. So we have had presentations here talking about how, financial resources are being sold and bought, as a commodity, right? So this is what is referred to as. So we are also talking about the commoditization of knowledge, and there were some testimonies here how data, for instance, is increasingly becoming a commodity, right? So now this is a context within which digital technologies are coming in, right? Maybe this comes close to what Divine was referring to as the original sin, maybe. I'm not very sure. Tell us. So now this socioeconomic structure, as I said at the beginning, also produces narratives, right, in order to legitimize it. But in the process, there are also other narratives that are generated in order to challenge it, right? So I want to argue here that digital technologies, and we are referring to, those physical artifacts, the phones, all these gadgets, but also data in form of virtual images, videos, audios, scripts. these are narratives, right? And they are used to represent the world in which we live in a particular manner, in a particular fashion. So now going forward, what I want to present here is, two types of findings, I would say, right? I want to show how, digital technologies are being used to reproduce the dominant socioeconomic structure I've been talking about. But at the end, I will also be talking about how, digital technologies are used as a space to challenge, to contest this particular structure. So the question I want to respond to is, how are digital technologies used as space for reproduction of the existing socioeconomic structure? Yeah, so I talk about absolute extractivism. I'm not sure if this term absolute is appropriate here. I'm using it for lack of a better term. I would be helped to get the one which would get it precisely. But what I want to refer to here is that, we have the big tech companies, which supply, which give us all these platforms. You have the YouTube, the Google, the TikTok, right? These are not based in Africa. They are based elsewhere, but now they are being blamed for data mining. Now, as they mine data, some of which they mine it from Africa where they are not based, right? So some people, people who are trained in economics always tell us about the trickle-down effect, that some people would grab, and then in the ways in which they use what they grab, some other people would benefit in the form of trickle-down. But in this case, trickle-down, for the case of Africa, would be difficult because these companies are not based in Africa. So this is what I call, absolute. It's absolute because I don't see if there is a room for trickle-down, right? So some people are also talking about data colonialism. Maybe this is what it is. Yes, so there is also intensification and domestication of financialization practices. We have had so many presentations here referring to how, these technologies are providing space, for people to, to pool financial resources for their own benefit. And we have what we call Vikoba. Back home in Tanzania, Vikoba is a village community bank. But now in Tanzania, it's used, broadly to refer to all those groupings which are aimed at financial resource pooling. So these are the images which I've pulled from Facebook, but they reflect what's happening on the ground. So it's intensive. So what we are saying here is that digital platforms are providing space for intensification of these financialization practices. But we are also talking about state surveillance as another way in which digital platforms, are utilized to reproduce the existing structure. So these are some of the, the legal establishments which have come with the digital platforms in Tanzania. You see, so you have the Cybercrime Act, you have the online content regulations of 2020, and from those regulations, there are some of the requirements that digital platform users are supposed to subscribe to. So for instance, the people who are licensed to provide, online content, they are supposed to know the source of what they are displaying on their platforms. And this is important because if they provide sources which is, I mean, if they provide content which is not acceptable in our context, then they would be held accountable. So, you know, there are some prohibitions, like when the information is true, but by making it public, that would harm someone, then one is, you know, is prohibited from making that information public, right? So these are the legal arrangements that are being put in place to keep the structure intact. Now I also want to talk about the ways in which digital platforms have become a space for contestation, you know, space for contestation of the dominant narratives. So people have been talking about empowerment through access to loans, for instance. And as I said, I've gathered all this information from you know, the existing digital platforms. So there is a sense in which the platforms are providing space for contestation against patriarchal arrangements which have been denying women and even youths space to access critical resources. But also they have been used to challenge gendered norms and practices. So, for instance, some women have used, are using it to, you know, to express what one would call the felt self, right? So, this is how some women would wish to, you know, to be looked at. And of course, this is being challenged by some others as these people indulging in, you know, self-sexualization. And others would ask about whether such images are not again propelled by patriarchal values and sentiments. But this is how they would want the world to look at them, you know. But they have also been used to intensify gendered stereotypes. So you see that bus, and it said, it's virgins only who should board, right? And that other one, that's a sexual position, but it's used maybe to ridicule that someone cannot make it well. So this is how. But again, there have been political contestations, you know. So there was, in the last few months, it happened in Kenya, and the young people were contesting against the financial bill, right? So the digital platforms were used to popularize that event, and it had some, well, somewhat positive outcome because the bill was dropped, but again, the cabinet was resolved in Kenya. In Tanzania, we have one of the ethnic groups, the Maasai. These people live in a conserved area, in a protected area, famously known as Ngorongoro Conservation Area. And there were some rumors that they would be denied the space to be registered as voters. We will be having the local elections in this year, and next year the general elections. So now they used the digital platforms to popularize their contestation against that arrangement. So like they blocked the road to Ngorongoro Conservation, to Ngorongoro Crater, and the tourist activity was halted, right? So platforms used for contestation. So now some conclusions, some tentative conclusions. So the point I'm trying to make here is that digital platforms do not produce new structures, do not produce new contexts. Instead, what they do, in fact, is provide space for contestation or articulation or even intensification of the existing, offline struggles. So what we see offline is in fact a reflection, what we see online is a reflection of what is happening online. So we are saying it has provided space for intensification and domestication of financialization practices, but it has also provided space for contestation and even articulation of gendered relations. So like through dressing, as I have displayed. So now going forward, we are asking ourselves questions around how the ongoing interventions would use digital platforms, to challenge exploitative norms, whether they would be gender norms or, economic values and practices. Yes. How do we use it to increase spaces for marginalized groups to benefit from the resources that are around them? So to this end, I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Lucius. Thanks so much, Lucius. We have received interesting ideas about how technology and the different tools for control and spaces for contesting dominant social and political structures. I think is another point of view in this morning. So let's go to the last presentation. Please, we have here Mabinto Njai. Well, let's go with the last presentation this morning, in this session. Let me introduce our next speaker, Mabinto Njai. She holds a university degree in political science, where she researched the impact of new technologies on political communication. She also holds a master's degree in economic science and management with studies on gender parity in decision-making with public institutions. She's currently pursuing a PhD in education and digital governance. Mabinto believes that the digital transformation of her country, Guinea-Bissau, will rely not only on the infrastructure, but also in the digital governance in public institutions. Always eager to expand her knowledge, she regularly participates in initiatives to obtain certifications and broaden her network. Mabinto is a multi-talented professional, having worked with various diplomatic, political, humanitarian organizations, financial institutions, and telecommunications. She's currently working as a digital development consultant in a state project in Guinea-Bissau funded by the World Bank, as his colleague Anibal, that we had the opportunity to listen yesterday. Mabinto deeply believes in the power of empathy. Since her youth, she co-founded a non-profit organization with her schoolmates organizing activities for young people. The funds raised were donated to the children in the National Hospital Simão Mendes in Bissau, the capital of Guinea-Bissau. She's an honorary ambassador for the Management Institute of the INC Université de la Francophonie and founded her own non-profit organization, MUBARC, which aims to create synergies between the artistic and the academic worlds. She mentors university students, and she has promoted the creation of university clubs that train high school girls in computer science and raise awareness about the proper use of long-term impact of social media. Recently, she joined an organization, the For Women by Women Foundation, as volunteer, and she has also her creative platform, Baobab Creativa, where she publishes audio recordings of poems about love, forgiveness, and inner peace. Please, let's give a warm hello to our speaker, Mavinto.
E agora, como é que fazemos com a tradução? Vamos fazer? Good morning, everybody. Tu precisa mais português?
Eu faço, se vejo o problema, eu te pido. Ok. Well, give me a second. Okay.
A minha apresentação vai ser em torno do primeiro móvel, o mentor da Universidade. Trabalho no Arquivo e uma das minhas responsabilidades é desenhar programas incentivas em torno do primeiro móvel, empreendedorismo e competências digitais.
Okay.
E a visão
Yeah, well, Mavintos is working in Wardip. That is a project from World Bank. Yeah, repeat.
Sim. E a minha responsabilidade no Arquivo é desenhar programas e iniciativas para impulsionar a utilização do dinheiro móvel, o empreendedorismo digital no país e também as competências digitais em todo o território nacional.
Okay. So her work in Wardip is to design programs and initiatives about the use of digital money, entrepreneurship, and competencies about digital inclusion.
Ignacio, começou a correr.
Comenzó a correr.
Sí.
Fernando.
Vamos
No,
assim,
ah, no, ¿cuál era? Perfecto, obrigado. Thank you.
Sim. Não, cortou. Corre. Se tocar, não corre. Basta só tocar, começa a correr. Pensa.
Sacar de arriba, cambiar en transiciones, que no se cambió.
Vale.
Ahí sacarle el puente.
Quedan en realidad 15, 25 minutos. Hemos empezado de cuarto, por lo menos dar 2 horas, ¿no? Y intento. Es que el tema es que la traducción duplica el tiempo. Ha pasado con una senda.
No cambia, ¿no?
Ya.
Si no, ¿sí? ¿Sí ya? Sí.
Ok. ¿No?
¿No? Corre.
Corre.
Porque está con la transición. La transición de arriba, con el mouse. Claro, ahí.
está sagrado. Toca, dá um toque.
Está también en el hacer clic con el mouse.
Da igual, o sea, da igual.
Se vuelve a poner así.
Ok, vamos fazendo manualmente. Dá um toque.
Ahí está.
Já sim. Ai, não. Deixa. Vamos avançar. Estou acostumada. Tudo que tem a ver comigo sempre sai.
No, ¿cómo va a ser?
É o meu normal.
¿Cómo va a ser eso?
Deixa. Vamos ir. Vamos se adaptar.
Está un fax pequeño aquel, no más.
Se vuelve a poner por eso. Cuando dice después de, ese es el problema. La transición. Esta parte normal. Que se vuelve a poner después de, no sé por qué.
Deixa.
Igual guárdalo.
Vamos avançando.
Sí, a ver, guardado así.
Bueno, así se ve bien, ¿eh?
Está portugués.
E como faço?
¿Sí?
Ok.
¿Sí?
Ok, perfeito. Então vamos aonde? Vamos, segunda tentativa de começar?
Sí. Okay, let's start, please. Let's give attention to our speaker.
O ACIP na Guiné-Bissau impulsionar o empreendedorismo digital, competências digitais e utilização do dinheiro móvel.
Please, colleagues. Está bien, trabajo. Está bien.
Impulsionar a utilização do dinheiro móvel. E a nossa visão na construção dos diferentes projetos e programas vai ser pondo o dinheiro móvel no centro como um vetor de mudança social também. A Guiné-Bissau
Well, well, she's gonna use the idea of the mobile money and the issue in the center of the table. So, yes, keep going.
E a Guiné-Bissau teve a sua independência em 1963, tem uns 36.125 km², são quase 2 milhões de habitantes, com a agricultura em centro da sua atividade econômica.
Okay, Guinea-Bissau got the independence in 1973. It's 2 million inhabitants in the country, around 36,000 square kilometers.
A agricultura no centro da sua economia,
And the agriculture in the center of the economy.
a exportação de castanha de caju,
Exporting caju, that is anacardo here. Don't know the word in English. Caju is the same. Caju. Caju.
E uma economia muito informal.
Very informal economy.
teríamos 51,5% de mulheres,
With 51% of women.
a população no seu total é considerada como 54% analfabeta,
And 54% of the population is considered illiterate,
onde 66% seriam mulheres,
with a 66% of them are women.
e em algumas regiões podemos ir até 95% de mulheres que nunca foram ao ensino básico.
And even a rate of 95% of women that didn't receive the basic education, initial education.
É considerado que temos só 5% da população com diploma universitário
Only 5% of population holds a university degree,
e 5% das mulheres que conseguem terminar o ensino superior.
and 3% of women complete higher education.
Tivemos a nossa primeira universidade em 2006,
The,
2010.
Yeah, the country had its first university in 2003.
E herdamos só um liceu da dominação portuguesa e esse liceu foi criado em 1958.
The first high school was created in 1958 in the time of the Portuguese colonial period. Yeah. And that was the only one they left.
O dinheiro móvel pode ser fator de mudança no nosso entender. Poderia ter papel crucial no equilíbrio social.
So mobile money can play a crucial role in social balance in Guinea-Bissau.
Ajudar na redução do desequilíbrio de gênero
Okay, to reducing gender inequalities
e impulsionar o empreendedorismo.
and promoting entrepreneurship.
Em resumo, a nossa visão é que se existisse uma plataforma de empreendedorismo onde as mulheres da atividade econômica informal e jovens tivessem acesso,
If there were a platform for women and young people for financial access,
poderíamos utilizar essa mesma plataforma para ir além de simples intercâmbio econômico ou financeiro.
they could use that platform for in financial exchange. Yeah.
Por exemplo, poderíamos utilizar a plataforma para a formalização das atividades econômicas que são essencialmente informais.
This platform could be used to formalize activities, actually the economy,
E desenvolver formações
and to develop trainings
e facilitar também financiamento.
and to facilitate funding for population, yeah.
Sobretudo para mulheres e jovens.
Especially women and young people.
No que tem a ver com transferência de riqueza e solidariedade, também poderia ser uma forma, um mecanismo de impulso da mudança.
So mobile money can also be used for wealth transfer and solidarity.
E as mulheres e os jovens que iriam utilizar a plataforma poderiam vender diretamente os seus produtos, entrar em contato com fornecedores.
The women and young people could use the platform to sell products, and their financial transactions.
E entrar em contato com fornecedores que é muito importante porque dependemos muito do Senegal, como a Stefania quando esteve lá descobriu. E essa dependência do Senegal também cria muitas barreiras.
Okay, and as well to contact providers as they are depending from the commerce in Senegal, and this is more difficult that make it in their own country, in Guinea-Bissau.
E os jovens nesse âmbito poderiam ser também criadores de grandes startups.
So in this context, young people could also become key players in these transformations,
Propondo soluções inovadoras para tudo que tem a ver com transporte e distribuição.
Pro-
Não existe, por enquanto.
proposing innovative solutions for transportation and distribution.
Outro elemento também que achamos importante é utilizar o dinheiro móvel como elemento de redução de desigualdade e poder de compra, permitindo que as mulheres e os jovens contactem diretamente os vendedores também dos produtos, não só os fornecedores, mas os que vão vender também. Porque eles são pontos entre vários mundos.
Okay. Purchasing power inequalities could be reduced through mobile money, enabling women and young people to connect directly with suppliers to buy or sell their products.
O turismo também pode ser um setor a ser impulsionado através do dinheiro móvel, porque temos quase 90 ilhas.
So tourism is another sector that could be reinforced and that could be used to develop solutions and services using digital transactions to increase their profits.
Sim, e aqui o que seria importante é fazer muitas formações sobre a área turística, como hoje estávamos a falar com os outros colegas, ter guias turísticas que não temos, apesar das 90 guias que temos, quase não há nenhuma dinâmica concreta no setor do turismo.
Yeah, tourist sector should be developed, especially increasing skills that are not so reinforced, especially in the islands, in Villago Islands. Yeah.
E nesse âmbito do turismo também, as pessoas com alguma deficiência visível ou não visível poderiam ser também conectadas para que possam ser guias turísticas ou desenvolvedores até de
Yeah.
alguns objetivos.
Okay. For example, women, youth, or people with disabilities could be integrated from the start of the digital transformation, being part of the touristic sector, for example.
Isso seria também uma forma de trazer não só mulheres jovens, mas essas pessoas com portadores de alguma deficiência ao espaço público de tomada de decisão política, econômica e política.
So these youth people, disabled people, could be more present in the public space and could be part of the decision process and taking decision process.
No que diz respeito à paridade e uma nova geração de decisões, temos uma lei que garante 37% de mulheres em cargos de responsabilidade política.
So Guinea-Bissau has adopted a parity law that stipulates that 37% of political responsibility positions must be held by women, which is a good start.
Mas infelizmente não existe nenhum mecanismo para garantir a subida de mulheres nesses cargos de responsabilidade. O que se nota na Guiné-Bissau são as mulheres antigas combatentes pela liberdade da luta que ocupam o espaço público e estão lá muito bem e não querem ser.
Yeah, but there is not a real position from the government to improve the situation of women in the high level of decisions.
E achamos que através do dinheiro móvel, isso daria uma consciência mais ativa à nova geração de mulheres e jovens e poderiam se posicionar como futuros decisores no país.
So digital money could improve the understanding of society and as well the position of women and youth people to be part of the society. And yeah.
Agora, falando da iniciativa do WAFIC, a iniciativa que estamos a elaborar com vários parceiros de implementação,
Talking about the initiatives from WARDIP, the institution where she's working,
poderíamos nós, o WAFIC, implementar as iniciativas e programas, mas achamos melhor transferir essa responsabilidade para certas organizações locais.
so WARDIP could implement the activities that she's going to present, but they think that it's better to share and to give the chance to the local organizations, institutions.
Porque dentro do o AFIP só tem 5 anos de existência e é um programa que existe em 4 países da África Ocidental, na Mauritânia, na Gâmbia, na Guiné-Conakry e na Guiné-Bissau. E dos 5 anos já consumimos 1 ano. E já estamos no fim do ano, só nos resta 4 anos.
So WARDIP was created 5 years ago. He's having activities in 4 countries: Mauritania, Gambia, Guinea-Conakry, and Guinea-Bissau.
E vai existir só durante 5 anos também.
Oh, it's going to be alive just for the next 5 years.
Sim. Já consumimos 1 ano, só falta 4.
So next 4 years.
Okay. E dentro de toda a iniciativa sobre a utilização de dinheiro móvel que pretendemos impulsionar, vamos formar e financiar 3.000 pessoas.
So one of the first activities is that they're going to train 3,000 people.
E nesse âmbito da preocupação em como fazer com que pessoas de diferentes gerações, mulheres e jovens, pessoas com alguma deficiência possam interagir, a ideia é pegar 1.500 pessoas, formar, os transformar em embaixadores que vão entrar em todo o território nacional para formar as outras 1.500.
So they aim to have 1,500 trained young people operating in different regions as ambassadors to replicate and disseminate the knowledge they're gonna give them.
O que queremos também é que a juventude possa desenvolver uma certa paixão à agricultura. Porque não se vê quase jovens na agricultura. A tendência é todos virem para Bissau capital, também não é grande coisa. E o exódio rural está aí. E através dessa iniciativa achamos que eles, formando a população local, vão ter alguma paixão à agricultura e vão interagir com as cooperativas. Por exemplo, temos a mãe que tem quase 1.000 mulheres, era algum deles, né? Mais de 1.000 mulheres, fazendo com que os jovens interagem com essas mulheres. Temos a certeza que alguma paixão vai nascer.
Okay, so they pretend their aim is to stimulate young people to be as ambassadors to disseminate this passion about development in agriculture. As agriculture is the main center in the main sector in the economy, that would be the aim for the WARDIP.
Outro elemento importante das formações que pretendemos implementar vai ser sobretudo em três áreas: a cibersegurança, data science, data analysis, como disse ontem o professor design. Na Guiné-Bissau também a empresa que faz o nosso bilhete de identidade é da Eslovênia, é isso que se não lembra? Eslovênia que faz.
Slovenia?
Acho eu, o bilhete de identidade e passaporte é feito por uma outra empresa num outro país e temos essa preocupação de nacionalizar uma forma de...
¿Pero esa qué empresa? ¿Habla empresa eslovena, dices?
A empresa de Eslovênia faz bilhete de identidade, cartão de identidade. Sim.
Okay.
Bilhete de passaporte é feita por uma outra empresa europeia também, diferente.
Okay.
E logo achamos que se formarmos uma parte desses jovens em gestão de dados, em cibersegurança, em desenvolvimento aplicativo em web full stack, poderíamos impulsionar a existência de uma enorme geração de jovens competentes que vão desenvolver soluções adaptadas à nossa realidade.
Okay. They have identified three main sectors, three main areas of working. First one, cybersecurity. Second one, data analysis. And then web application development. So developing these three areas specifically, they believe that they could have an interesting, important impact in the society. Okay?
E esses jovens vão poder desenvolver soluções adaptadas à nossa realidade.
And those young people could have solutions adapted to the real situation in the country. She mentioned that, for example, the passport is being managed, to create the passport is being managed by the European companies, as well the ID, so that would give back the capacity to take decisions and to make their own with these three sectors that she mentioned.
Exatamente. Em conclusão, achamos que esses fatores no âmbito dessa apresentação do Nero Model vai poder aumentar uma certa autonomia financeira.
Okay, all these factors within the scope of this presentation of mobile money aim to increase financial autonomy,
Facilitar o empreendedorismo
facilitate entrepreneurship,
e equilibrar a presença das mulheres, dos jovens e pessoas com outras sensibilidades na economia formal.
and balance the presence of women, young people, and people with disabilities in the formal economy.
E na Guiné-Bissau temos outro desafio que tem a ver com as leis.
They have another challenge in the country, related to the laws.
As nossas leis e regulamentos são, vamos dizer, arcaicas.
Are the laws and regulation are so kind of older? Uh-huh.
E também dentro do WARDIP estamos a fazer estudo sobre a revisão das leis.
So in WARDIP they are reviewing the regulations, specific any law, ¿cuáles leyes?
Sobre a inclusão financeira,
Sobre digital inclusion, financial inclusion, cyber security, data analysis.
Porque não temos nada no país que regulamenta
Okay.
esse novo universo todo.
There is uma lei.
Lei sobre o
No.
mundo digital,
Okay.
nós não temos.
There is no law regulating digital money, digital inclusion, financial inclusion. There is not. And in Guardip, they're working on that.
Por exemplo, um empreendedor, startup, vai ser considerado ao mesmo título que o empreendedor clássico que já tem uma maturidade. E isso
Yeah.
é possível.
So an entrepreneur in a startup is being considered the same and an entrepreneur in the normal or the traditional ways to do it. Uh-huh.
O outro elemento também são os impostos e as taxas. A senhora Ausenda, que trabalha na banca, sabe o quão é elevado a imposição na Guiné-Bissau.
Another important issue that has not been mentioned deeply yet is related to taxes. As our dear colleague Ausenda knows, as she is working in the Association of Banks in Guinea-Bissau.
E nisso das taxas faz com que as soluções de dinheiro móvel e transferências que temos como Momo, que é da MTN, Orange Money, do grande grupo Orange, as taxas são tão elevadas que às vezes as pessoas não querem. Quando tem outra solução de pagar de forma líquida, vão abandonar sempre a opção digital. Vão
Okay.
deixar estar.
So taxes in transferring digital money are still a little bit high, so people don't want to use transfer with digital money because of that, no? Because the high taxes.
Certo que acreditamos que o funcionamento do dinheiro móvel vai poder, talvez, quem sabe, trazer muita mudança social e societal, mas ao mesmo tempo somos conscientes dos desafios que temos no país, pela história do país, pela dinâmica de evolução das coisas. Avançamos, recuamos a 10 passos atrás sempre, em cada 3 a 6 meses. E as leis, falta de leis, e se conseguirmos pôr em movimento certos elementos e parceiros também, como o setor da banca comercial, achamos que sim, poderemos fazer poderemos impulsionar alguma coisa.
Okay.
É, enfim.
No, it's okay. Well, obviously we have positive issues as well. We're going to find difficulties, challenges, but because of the instability, the political instability in the country, and the lack of laws and regulations, they will have to push some issues, some elements, political issues, partners, international institutions, to try to keep going and to really have an impact in the society because of the digital money and the financial inclusion. That's it. Thank you so much. Well, after the 4 interesting presentation, I think we have just a round. Give us 2 rounds. give us a shot. Well, we have we have started 15 minutes later, so I'm gonna take my 15 minutes to share with our colleagues and our guests, if you let me, please. I think it's the most interesting time, so please, you agree? No? It's okay. I think it's the moment, the presentation, we're going to have it, but then we have the chance to talk with these people that are coming from so far away. So please, any questions? Can you join us?
Good morning. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. My name is François Fall. I am a professor of economics at the University of Toulouse. I have a question for Ausenda and Mabinto, and also for Emmanuel. I start with the last presentation. Obviously, there is a difference in terms of mobile banking development between Bissau Guinea and Senegal. A neighboring country has the same socioeconomic characteristics. What explains this difference for you? For me, beyond the reason you put forward, such as the difficulty to access to internet, the cost of connection, and the low level of education of women. Beyond this reason, the main reason is a weak involvement of public authorities in the digitalization processes. Voilà. In Senegal, yesterday I said that the commitment of public authorities is crucial for the digitalization processes. And in Senegal, this commitment is effective. Authorities, public authorities are making concrete action to support the digital inclusion processes. They support financial education program for the benefit of clients, especially women, and that makes the difference. Voilà. And for Emmanuel, I have a question. Do you have any information about the rate of use of the mobile banking or mobile money? I ask this question because bias in studies that analyze the impact of mobile money or mobile banking is the confusion that made between adoption and use. That is not the same. You can adopt a technology and not use it for several reasons. And the literature of about mobile money and mobile banking adoption show that while the rate of adoption is high, the rate of real use is often low. So my question is how you take into account this problem in your analysis. Thank you.
Yeah?
Okay, in French, okay, c'est ça. Alors, oui, en fait, il y a une différence fondamentale entre la Guinée-Bissau et le Sénégal, en fait, en termes de niveau de développement de la finance digitale, de l'inclusion digitale. Alors, ces deux pays, pourtant, ont des caractéristiques similaires. Voilà, c'est similaire parce que le niveau de pauvreté, c'est vrai que le Sénégal est un peu plus développé, c'est vrai, certes. Les infrastructures sont souvent manquantes. Il y a quand même du mieux au Sénégal. Mais néanmoins, si on laisse de côté ces aspects-là, je pense que la raison fondamentale, et qui justifie même le différentiel en termes de technologie, d'infrastructure, etc., c'est le niveau d'implication des pouvoirs publics. Au Sénégal, on a des pouvoirs publics qui ont engagé le processus de digitalisation, qui mènent des actions concrètes, qui accompagnent les femmes, par exemple, pour se former en éducation financière, pour qu'elles puissent s'adapter et puissent aussi mieux utiliser ces innovations. Or, en Guinée-Bissau, je ne pense pas qu'il y ait cette dynamique-là. Donc, pour moi, la différence fondamentale, au-delà des raisons que vous avancez, qui sont vraies, à savoir les difficultés d'accès, le fait que le réseau est défaillant, c'est coûteux, etc. Les femmes aussi n'ont pas un niveau d'éducation élevé. Mais ces réalités aussi sont les mêmes au Sénégal. Hein. Dans certaines zones rurales, par exemple, c'est les mêmes problématiques que vous rencontrez en Guinée. Et néanmoins, les femmes utilisent le mobile banking. Et ce qui explique cela, c'est qu'au Sénégal, les pouvoirs publics accompagnent les femmes, les forment, les aident, etc. et renforcent les capacités de tous les acteurs qui sont dans ce secteur-là. Et c'est ça qui fait la différence fondamentale pour moi. pensez la même chose que moi, parce que vous voyez, vous avez la même vision. C'était à la fin une contribution et aussi une question pour avoir votre avis. C'est comme vous voulez, qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? J'ai besoin de savoir votre avis en fait, d'avoir votre avis.
Yeah, I have the microphone. I'm sorry. So yeah, thanks for this presentation. Je doute un peu si je vais parler en français or in English, but my questions are for actually. Okay, but the question is a. Okay, my question is oriented towards Lucius and the last speaker, but actually it connects a bit to the question that was just formulated. Regarding, so my question deals with access to the phone itself, which is the basic infrastructure of the mobile banking, and from fieldwork experiences in Kinshasa and from an experience of a research project on citizen scientists in Western Congo, where citizen scientists were, the project tried to get a balance between male citizen scientists and female citizen scientists. And every citizen scientist had been given a smartphone to collect data for the project. They had received training, so they had received a smartphone and also mobile data so that they could send off the materials, the data that they had to collect for the project. Now, after a while, we noticed that for the women who were living with a husband or a man who did himself not own a smartphone, he confiscated the smartphone. So these female citizen scientists couldn't commit, or well, they had committed, but they couldn't live up on their commitment because the smartphone then entered into a gendered relationship and in which her ownership, she had to give up her ownership of the device. And so if you're looking into these dynamics, then the question is also like, how is mobile banking possible in those kinds of contexts? Obviously, not all women have to give off the smartphone, but there are these matrimonial contexts do exist. And is that been taken into account in the studies of mobile banking and in the studies of maybe failure or no usage of the mobile phone? And I think that's part of the gendered context altogether, beyond the economic independence or autonomy. The women have in certain areas of their economic livelihoods certain autonomy, in other areas not. But if there are initiatives to render them more economic independent, and if that initiative relies on that kind of infrastructure, which in itself then gets embedded in other particular hierarchies, this is often not mentioned. And I'm curious whether this is a context that you have observed as well, and whether you're taking that into account in your conclusions.
Okay, my question is very simple. one has the impression when one listens that Africa is such a dark place, you know. And it's funny because M-Pesa is a technology that actually comes out of understanding African culture and the ways in which transmission happens. But when one listens, it's so dark. So my question is really what the world can learn, you know, from, because you seem to be orienting so much towards the discourse that is being sold by banks, being sold by, you know, lots of these big multinational corporations about how this is, the culture is so bad and therefore this thing must work, etc., etc., etc. When I look at those who have made it in the West, you know, it's very interesting. They actually come doing all sorts of dark stuff, coming from very funny spaces, you know, like from garages, from suffering, from lots of struggle. So can anything good come from the continent? And what can the world learn from what we have as cultural praxis, as relationships, as gendered relationships, as friendship, as, you know, all of this? I think we need to invest a lot in asking those questions, you know, rather than just having to, you know, overflow a lot of these messages. Thank you.
Okay, short, two questions. One for Murphy. Aren't your results exaggerated in the context posed by Katrina? And Ruches, you said DCTs do not create new social structures in Africa. Do they do elsewhere? And if yes, where and how?
The question was if they have lived any situation where the men take the mobile off from the women, and her answer was that it doesn't happen normally in Guinea-Bissau. She didn't saw that situations, and she mention a case that is in Villago Islands, where women has the power and they take the decisions and they have freedom for those decisions as a matrilineal structure society. Sí, sí, sí. Okay, well. Okay. Yeah. She wouldn't, thanks. She wouldn't give us a close or an absolute answer about the questions, about the question we had. But even that in Guinea-Bissau, especially or in Villago Islands, there are a better situation or a better perception about those issues. The problem is the little financial respect, or financial inclusion that is having an impact in the social inclusion, and well, that is more or less. Could you support a little bit else? Financial independence. Exactly. Yeah. In fact, exactly. The financial independence is the main issue, just for other independence, social independence. All women in Guinea-Bissau are trying to get this independence, but it's still a lack and it's still a long way. Okay, next answer. How many? ¿Cuántos? 12. Okay. Okay, she would like to share with us a positive and beautiful experience that is related to university clubs created by university students that are training children at the school, and they are getting them the possibility and the ability to be able, they've been able to create websites, to manage digital aspects, and she would like to mention as a positive issue that we would like to. Okay. Okay, and they didn't have any financial support, so that's their own initiative, and they're giving their efforts, their time, their lives for this experience. The clubs are already working in 4 universities in Guinea-Bissau. Okay? the biggest, the most important difference between Senegal and Guinea-Bissau is the level of training, of education.
Em 58, quando nós tínhamos liceu, acho que o Senegal já tinha uma universidade, se não me engano.
In 1958, where Guinea-Bissau had only one high school, you probably had in Senegal some universities. This is a big difference. Yeah.
E nisso se iam acrescentar muita instabilidade política.
Yeah. And even with the political instability in the country,
Isso faz com que a nossa realidade se
yeah,
distancia imensamente, apesar de estarmos bem próximos.
yeah, the huge distance between the levels of education and development.
Mas infelizmente a instabilidade política não depende de nós. O que nós podemos fazer é impulsionar a educação, mas a instabilidade política é de outro nível.
Yeah, but political instability doesn't belong to us. We don't have the option to change that, but we have to promote from the civil society different lines of development. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Okay. Now it's time for them. They don't need translation, so yes, you can take it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I'm not very sure which ones are directed to me, but to start with Catherine's question, with regard to whether in our context we also have cases where, well, women have their devices confiscated. Well, I personally not come across such case, but what we can say is that patriarchies are different in terms of, their stabilities. Some are very fragile, very fluid, and some others are very, very, very stable. And so in that sense, there would be cases where women are suffering in terms of their access or even utilization of digital devices. But I think that is to be studied case by case, because for a country, you find that there are, different patriarchal and even matriarchal structures. So to respond to that, it's until one has done some specific study to identify how it plays out in that particular context. Now, with regard to whether the cities have created structures elsewhere other than Africa, no, I'm using this as a, as a conceptual framing. So, as it's applied, there could also be differences, and it could also be challenged with empirical data, right? But the way I think I take it as a conceptual principle, a general conceptual principle. So one could apply it elsewhere and see how it comes out. So maybe that's what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost finished because most of what was directed to me has been responded, but going to the rate of use of both mobile as a service, but also the mobile money service. From the TCRA, which is an authority which are responsible for telecommunication, it shows that, in fact, there are differences depending on the locality. For example, in towns, the rate of phone access is very high compared to villages. Similarly, the use of mobile money in cities and towns is very high compared to rural areas. So, for example, the TCRA shows that in cities, almost 63% of the adult population use mobile money services. In average, around 43 of adult population in Tanzania use mobile money services. But also, responding to what Catherine said, it's true that there are, even in my start, there was a report of confiscation of the mobile phones by the husbands. But what matters was the quality of the mobile phone. When a wife comes with a smartphone, then it has to remain with the husband. And she has to take the, the digital, I don't know how to call it, but the one which will not support some services. But a good thing is with the mobile phone services, you can even do it without a smartphone. What really is a problem may be the efficient, but still it can allow transaction. Now, going to whether there is exaggeration, I don't know what to respond, but quantitatively, maybe we can avoid debate, but the fact that mobile money has added something when it comes to gender empowerment, I think there is no debate, because they have access to financial loan, and what I can confirm to you, in focus group discussions that they had, no any member in the group who had no loan with the mobile phone companies. It means he has already borrowed the money and he has received the services. So yes, there could be some of issues of debate, but there is a good progress that have been made.
Okay. So thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you so much to all of you. I think there's another quick.
Maybe we can have the next question in the coffee break.
Yeah, thank you very much. And very nice moderation.
So we are going to start the next session. If you want, just if you want, if you wish. So, hello, 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 hello. Bueno. We are going to start the next session. We are going to be short. It's going to be a shorter session because we thought 2 hours, but it's too much, and also because we are late, so we will have enough time later to socialize, to talk, to exchange networks, etc. in the lunchtime. So what we are presenting now is our project. Also, it's like a project that also take us all here, because it's our starting point regarding this main theme. We didn't know anything about digitalization processes before this proposal, so we would like just to introduce you some of the ongoing projects that bring us all here. So the first thing I would like just to tell you is, or to talk about, is about the team. We are an interdisciplinary team with many people. Some of them are here, some others are not. Some people start with the proposal, but then some people leave. So, it's been a bit changing people in the team. So, well, the name of the proposal is Digital Transition, Social Cohesion and Gender Equality, Mobile Banking and Women's Digital Empowerment in Africa. And it was financed, it was just the first project, the first proposal, positive evaluated in this call in social science and gender studies. The rest of the proposal presented at this national level were under, technological or science field. So we are very proud to say that this was the only one project approved under this call regarding digital transition. So it's funded by the Ministry of Science and Innovation here through the Spanish government, and also European Fund. It's a 2-year pilot project, so that's why I said that we have preliminary result, and also because it's a new area of concern from our research team. So, and the team was composed by Soledad Vieites. She was here yesterday, but given health issues, she cannot be with us. That was planned at the beginning. She is from the Department of Anthropology at the University of Granada. Patricia Gomez, who was our person, contact person in the case of Guinea-Bissau. Ignacio Tamayo, who was here but now is having coffee, I think, because he deserved it. He had a long table before. So Rosemary Waipopo, who was here. And on her behalf, also Flibert, who is here and was assisting us doing fieldwork in Tanzania. Carlos Soya, who is at the University of London, who is not here. Olga Namasembe, Anne Sesma, Patricia Garcia Espín, and Josefa Sánchez Contreras, who are PhD student and junior professor at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology here at the University of Granada. And also our research technician, also a PhD student in the Women program at the University of Granada, Estefania Cano. I don't know why didn't find her before, and how we have been able to survive without her at the beginning of the proposal, because she's a very helper person. Helper person. So, as I said from the beginning, this is an ongoing project, and we were looking about how mobile banking and the role of technologies were impacting or not women empowerment, but also how women were reshaping or not the use, the ownership of those technologies. Because we had some experience working with women entrepreneurs in Uganda, in Tanzania, and in other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, but not regarding technology. So we were looking at mapping digital financial technologies used by women entrepreneurs in Guinea-Bissau and Tanzania. Why those countries? We decided that they were completely different countries in different regions in sub-Saharan Africa, so it was a good starting point to, to tell the huge differences we found in the continent, and also to understand the mutual influence between local economic institutions of women entrepreneurs and the use of mobile banking. So we knew women in Tanzania, they were using Upatu, or they were using Kibati in the case of Lushoto. They were using local financial institutions, informal, but I think central, not because those strategies are informal, so they were central in the life of women entrepreneurs and in women life. So how technology were, having something to say, or if they were influencing or not those financial institutions of women. And we wanted to analyze also the digital divide in the use of mobile technologies from a gender perspective, and to develop, and this was also, something strategical to obtain financial support. So we really didn't want to develop any technology tool because we didn't know anything about technological tools there. So, but it was more a strategic aim for the agency, that a real aim. And to contribute to the design of public policies, which I think we can contribute somehow, at least in the knowledge regarding the African context. So our plan was doing documentary work, preliminary field work, a sociogram, field work, and analysis of result, and later dissemination. So this is a part of the dissemination plan, this conference. So we use, first of all, we were doing, documentary work, and we are very thanks. Can I say very thanks? See, we are thankful to Katrin Pipe, because she introduced us also to Divine and to Mirjam, and too many readings regarding technology in the context of sub-Saharan Africa or Africa Southern Sahara. So we were doing, and still we are working and reading, documents and secondary sources regarding digital transformation, or digital tools, or in the context of Africa, south of the Sahara. So you have here some of the document, and yeah, thank you. So we conducted some preliminary field work in both countries, first with one officer in the case of Guinea-Bissau. I completely forgot. Enrique, yeah, sorry. Enrique, and this was also an issue of a gender issue, because he was a man, and it was difficult in some aspect to have interviews with women, because they didn't really communicate easily. So, but later, Stefania was doing the field work, the deeper field work in both contexts, in Guinea-Bissau, in Bissau, and Dar es Salaam. We have to say also that are urban context. So she didn't go to any rural area or peri-urban area in any of those countries. So, welcome.
Okay. I think I will speak in Spanish because I get really nervous to speak in English, so sorry for that, and Roser is going to help me with the translation. Importante ahí señalar que el trabajo preliminario producido por Enrique generó unas entrevistas de 28 empresarias. Él estuvo en campo de abril a junio del 2023, y después, desde la Universidad de Dar es Salaam, llevaron adelante 6 entrevistas a empresarias, ahí Filberg, de la mano de Rosemary.
Vale. Okay, so she's working regarding the preliminary field work conducted by this person, Enrique, in Guinea-Bissau, where we had like 28 interviews, but very, very superficial interviews. Also, I have to say that we are coming from qualitative methodology approach. We don't know anything about quantitative, even though we have Francois, who is an economist, a quantitative, but we are also close to fieldwork research, but this is not the case. So we didn't have enough time to do ethnographic research. So we had some preliminary interviews, 28 in the case of Bissau, and 6 in the case of Tanzania, conducted by Rosemary and Flibert. So this was the first part of the fieldwork. So we also did here in Granada this identification and mapping of institutions involved in the two contexts. We were doing a sociogram, so too many institutions are involved in technological issues in both countries, and the relations are very, very, how can I say, not homogeneous at all. So in some of the cases they have good relations, in others they don't have any relation, in others have very bad relations among all those institutional organizations. So yeah, so this was also the first part of the project.
Bueno, también el segundo trabajo de campo, que fue ahí más en profundidad, con entrevistas más en profundidad, fue en junio del 2024 y en julio del 2024, junio en Bissau, donde logramos hacer 19 entrevistas en profundidad empresarias, 15 entrevistas empresarias. Después también pudimos entrevistar a una fintech que está justamente trabajando en cómo incorporar la tecnología para poder potenciar a mujeres que trabajan en cooperativas. Y también entrevistamos a 5 instituciones, personas que trabajan en instituciones gubernamentales, bancos. Ahí también Ausenda nos dio una súper entrevista, Mavinto también desde el Guardip. Eso fue en el caso de Bissau.
Sí, we have to say that also the second field were more in deep. We conducted 15 interviews, more in deep, and also Ausenda and Mavinto were key actors to give us contact and to know people there in Bissau. Also, because Stefania was doing fieldwork in the local market there, but also she interviewed some women. Because I want to say something now, but it was prepared for us, as some of the outcome. I heard here in this conference we are talking about women, but women are quite different. So not only, in the continent, in a country, and if we are talking about women entrepreneurs, they are quite different. So we have local women who are going to come later also from local markets to tell us their experiences, but we went to the local market, but also, as Stefania was saying, she met designer, ¿sí? ¿Cómo me ha dicho? Una fintech.
Una fintech, ya.
Yeah, una fintech. ¿Quién era la?
Mamá Guinea-Bissau.
Mamá Guinea-Bissau is a fintech in Guinea-Bissau.
Y después también a instituciones gubernamentales.
Yeah, also we interviewed some governmental international actors.
Y en el caso de Dar es Salaam, que ahí también agradecerle mucho a Filbert, que me acompañó en las traducciones, porque en Tanzania hablan Swahili. Logramos hacer 19 entrevistas en profundidad empresarias, un trabajo contra reloj, porque todo esto fue en un mes.
¿Cuántas eran?
19. Y logramos entrevistar a un actor de la Unión Europea.
Sí, it was more difficult in the Tanzanian context to interview international actors than in the context of Bissau. And also, she did 19 interviews in deep in Dar es Salaam, and she would like to thank Flibert because it was more difficult given the Swahili, the language issue in in Dar es Salaam, in Tanzania. But also I have to say that this is part of the, ethnography miracle, that she met someone in the airplane in the way to Guinea-Bissau who was her assistant in the case of the Creole language, because this person speaks Spanish and speaks Creole, so it was easier to use the language. And,
Sí, Damián, agradecer a Damián y Kemo.
Yeah, she would like to thank Damián and Kemo from Guinea-Bissau.
Bueno, aquí vemos los diferentes mercados en los que estuve en Bissau. Como pueden ver, hay mucha diferencia en cuanto a las estructuras, ¿no? del mercado.
She went to different markets in Guinea-Bissau, and you can see through this picture how they are using different infrastructure also. So the quality, the infrastructure regarding technology is quite different.
En el mercado central nuevo, porque el anterior está aquí, que se tuvieron que mudar por un incendio, pero en el nuevo van sobre todo compradores internacionales. Entonces, la estructura, la limpieza que hay en el mercado central y el uso de las tecnologías es mucho más alto.
Yeah, in the central market is a new place where international buyers are coming to buy stuff, and is you can see there in the central market how infrastructure is quite different. I think they have Wi-Fi. They have internet access there, so it's quite different from the other market.
También estuvimos en el mercado Bandín, que es uno de los más grandes de Bissau.
Bandín is one of the biggest market in Bissau.
Estuvimos en la parte de alimentos, pero también vendían también otros productos, textiles, tecnología.
Yeah, because we were focused also in agricultural product, so we were not looking at other product in business.
El mercado de page,
the fish market,
and the snail market, which is un mercado que vende más como al por mayor. Entonces también había como ahí diferencias en cuanto si vendían más al por menor o en grandes cantidades.
Yeah, also que no me acuerdo cómo se dice. How is it al por mayor? How is it? Big amount of things. In the snail market they were big, they were selling, but in huge.
They were more suppliers, like suppliers to other. Yeah. Exactly.
Al grosso.
Exacto.
Al por mayor. I'm going to tell.
Y acá después me estoy adelantando un poco los resultados, pero quería mostrar también con las fotos, como en el mercado en Bissau lo que pasó es que hay una gran diferencia en cuanto a accesos a dispositivos móviles. Las mujeres que tal vez trabajaban más en el mercado central, con empresarios, con clientes internacionales, todas las mujeres del mercado central tenían un dispositivo smartphone.
Yeah, she's saying how is also the ownership of the mobile phone is quite different from one market to another. So women who were working at the central market, all of them have mobile phone, but not in other markets, and also access to internet. Yeah.
Bueno, y aquí los mercados en Dar es Salaam, también una cosa es hacer trabajo en campo en Bissau, que como bien dijeron, Ausenda y Mavinto es mucho más pequeñita y los mercados están más cercanos. Otra cosa es en Dar es Salaam.
Yeah, one thing is to do field work in Bissau, where it's a very small place, very easy to move, walking, and another thing is to do field work in Dar es Salaam. It's a huge town, and the market is in a different and far away places, so it's very difficult to move, also to go to one market to another, to contact with women. But she went to Buguruni Market, sí. Kisutu Market, Mavivo Market, Simu Market, and Stereo Market.
Sí, Buguruni Market es uno también de los más grandes mercados, Mavivo también. Kisutu sería como si comparamos con el mercado central de Bissau, es decir, trabajan más con clientes internacionales y como ven también la estructura es distinta e incluso también tienen Wi-Fi.
Yeah, she's saying that Buguruni and Mabibo market are a small market, a smaller market, but Kisutu market can be like the central market in Bissau, and you can see also and compare the infrastructure is cleaner, and also they have Wi-Fi, and they have, you know, like the wholesale, and it's more focused to international buyers.
El CIMU 2000 también es más como al por mayor. Muchas de las empresarias que después venden es como van a comprar ahí y luego llevan a otros mercados a vender.
Yeah, CIMU market is also a market for the wholesale. Wholesale?
Sí,
¿sí?
yes, it's wholesale. Y women entrepreneurs in Dar es Salaam, most of them, they have smartphones. So this is different from Bissau's. So what I found with Filbert is that most of the women have smartphones, and the way they use a smartphone is a little bit different from Bissau. Now we are gonna talk about that. Yeah, okay. It is different because in Bissau, most of them, they have analogic analogic phones, and most of them, they don't know how to use it. So they use it perhaps for calling people, for calling clients, for calling suppliers. But in the case of Dar es Salaam, they use it also for advertise. So they, for example, they publish photos in their WhatsApp status. Some of them, they have Facebook, and so they advertise by Facebook. And what I want to say also is that in Bissau, I have the pleasure to meet two big entrepreneurs. Lugina, who was talking before, Ausenda was talking about her before, and I forget the other name, sorry. But they were huge businesswomen, and they know how to use technology. So what we found in the case of Bissau is that women who has like small business, most of them, they don't know how to use technology, and woman business who has big business, they know how to use it, and they use it for advertise too. In the case of Dar es Salaam, was more like homogeneous. The fund, what we have found. I try my best.
Yeah, they knew how to use technology, but maybe they didn't know how to use connectivity. So this is an important issue also. It's not that they don't have technology, because they have another, but the thing is, you know, how they were engaged with these Wi-Fi, internet things. Yeah, and also we had to create a tool. We create this digital femme.org. A lo mejor puede ir al. Sí. That is a website. Is like we thought at the beginning to create an app, you know, from a very Western way of thought. Like, okay, let's develop, an application for women entrepreneurs so they can use it as a way to promote their businesses. But then we said, where are we going? No. So we just create this website, which now we are trying to think about it, because it's not a very helpful, tool. So what we get in touch also in Bissau with PAIG project. Is a proyecto de apoyo, empoderamiento e inclusão financiera das mulheres jovens no sector do caju, frutas e legumes. It's an organization who is working also with women and financial inclusion. So we are in conversation with them now, trying to think or to pass, this tool, because it's already created, to them, because they know the context. Also, it has sense in a context as Bissau, but it doesn't have any sense in the case of Dar es Salaam. So what we are thinking is, and we are in conversation with PAIG project, to transfer this tool to them because they are also developing technological tools.
Bueno, analysis of results, promotion of digitalization. What we have found is that in the case of Bissau, most of the organizations that promote digitalization are international organizations, like World Bank, or even the PNUD, which also has implementing this Conferencia Internacional, Guinea-Bissau Digital, to thought about how to improve digitalization in Guinea-Bissau and how to think about policy, to implement digitalization. In the case of Dar es Salaam, it's a little bit different, not a little bit, different, because the government implement policy to improve digitalization in Dar es Salaam and in Tanzania in general. As I have said, mobile phone ownership, in the case of Dar es Salaam, most of the women have smartphones, and in the case of Bissau, most of them, they have analogic phone, basic phones, because of what? Because of it was really expensive to buy one, and also it is really expensive to buy data, really expensive. I spent like less than 1 month there, and I spent, for example, I think more than 50 euros. You know, so it's even really more expensive than here in Spain. And in the case that in Dar es Salaam, it's a little bit more expensive, but it's not that expensive. About use of mobile technology, as I have said, in the case of Bissau, most of them, they used to call the clients or to call suppliers, but they don't know how to use mobile technology to empower their business, to empower themselves. Because of that, because most of them, they can't pay data, they can't have a smartphone. And in the case of Dar es Salaam, some of them, they use it to advertise, to promote their business. Quería decir algo, but I forget. About narratives, this is really interesting because in the case of Bissau, the women think that they know they can use technology and they want to learn about how to use technology, and they think that to use technology could help them to improve their business. But in the case of Bissau, the other actors like government or international organizations, they are more aware about how the women use technology. So they are like a little bit more pessimistic on how to use technology. These women can use this technology. In the case of Dar es Salaam, sorry for my English, the narratives were similar. So women, they think that technology is a positive thing, and they want to use it, and they want to learn more. And also, as I was saying, government and international organizations, they also think that the technology is a good thing to improve and to use. We have a lot of challenge in the case of Bissau, electricity, infrastructure. In the case of Tanzania too, but not as that huge challenge as in Bissau. About saving practice, I think this is interesting too. In Bissau, they use Abota. Most of them, this Grupo de Ahorro, I don't know how to say, saving groups. These saving groups, they are like, they use only money, like liquid money. And in the case of Dar es Salaam, some of them, they use Bicova using telephones. So M-Pesa, which is a enterprise in Bissau, in Dar es Salaam, is developing a saving group, a virtual saving group. Trust in mobile money, some of them, they trust in mobile money, but they use mobile money only with the people that they know. So you have to be confident on those people that you use mobile money. And digital platforms need, as Roser was telling you, in the case of Dar es Salaam, we think that they don't need, because there are a lot of platforms nowadays. Actually, they use like platforms where they can buy through the platform. And in the case of Guinea-Bissau, it's I think it's an opportunity, this tool that we have developed.
Well, I have to say that this is, as I said at the beginning, is an ongoing project. So we are now analyzing the information we obtain. So, you know, we still are reading, we still are crossing data and information, and those are quite preliminary results. So we are talking about different, many things. So we need to focus and also to go deeper. Stefania was talking, I don't remember the term she used, but she was talking that they didn't know or they didn't have this smartphone, but at the same time, we call them peaceful phones, because they are not, they are not using internet connection. So they are not using digital. So this can be also be interpreted as, peaceful phones, not analogical phones. So and we found those. See, because you don't have to be connected all the time. So you just call when you need to communicate with someone through words. So you don't need any Wi-Fi, any internet connection. Because in Guinea-Bissau, this was the fact that they were using the telephones to call their suppliers, to call their clients, to call people, not to be all time in line. So, yeah. See, the majority of the business women were single also, or divorced or widows. So this is also an important issue in both cases. And also we found, as Stefania was saying, discourses in line, more in line the discourses in Dar es Salaam through institutional organization and women entrepreneurs than in Guinea-Bissau. An institutional restriction, this is something that we found as a positive thing, as Divine was saying, that in Bissau there is no like a formal commitment with the development of internet connection or regulations regarding connectivity. But this can be a positive thing, because in the case of Dar es Salaam it's too much. Now we knew from the European Union that women who want to be in line, they need to be registered. So this platform we created, we need to remove all the women entrepreneurs from Dar es Salaam, because they need to be registered in order to be online or to disseminate the product, or So it's something that. See, the platform also need to be registered in Tanzania. And also something that keep our attention is the relationship with the technological tool, the object, not the connectivity, but the object. So how is an object of modernity? So we were like having experience of a father and a girl child, using the tablet just to take picture, but not to be connected. So this idea of being connected is not everywhere, and it's not needed. So it's more the idea of modernity, to have the tool, to have the object, to have the property. So I think it's also an important thing, and it's in line with Toluwalu Odumosu, who is talking about constitutive appropriation. I think it's an important also theoretical concept. Just to say the last thing regarding women entrepreneurs, as I say from the beginning, not all women are the same, and not all women entrepreneurs are the same. So we need to be careful when we are talking about women, because we are not referring the same. So yeah, and their experiences with mobile money are also completely different. And another thing that is also common, but I think in all women entrepreneurs in both contexts are trust. This is something that is typical. I mean, when you are doing business, you need to have a special relationship with your client, but also with your providers. So something that we found in the case of Dar es Salaam is like, yeah, women can do online business or, you know, using the mobile phone or using the mobile money, but they have to had previously a very trusted relationship with the provider. That means that they need to have experience in business. They cannot be young women who have just started doing business recently. So they need to have experience to be all women in business, to have this connection, this social relationship with the people they are doing business in order to use the mobile money. And I think that's it. I don't know if, Stefania, you want to add something else?
Only one thing more, sorry, that in the case of Dar es Salaam, women sell vegetables, clothes, technology, no? They sell technology too. But in the case of Bissau, women don't sell technology. They only sell agri-food, agro products. So that is interesting too, the way that what they sell is different. In the case of Bissau, men, they sell technology, most of the men sell technology, or perhaps meat, and the women sells vegetables. And in the case of Dar es Salaam, they sell everything. Yeah.
And now we would like to have some input if you have questions, so we have enough time to have lunch, to discuss, and to relax a bit. And you can give us, I'm sure, a very good input and comment from our preliminary results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and for very, I think, very rich study at a very also short time. So I have a number of questions. One is really to invert the idea of technology. If you took NGOs as technology, if you took corporations as technology, if you took entrepreneurship as a technology, it pushes you to think differently about those relationships and the digital. And that's one that I'll try to push you to seek to do, because these are shifting relations, they are shifting spaces, they are redefining them in particular ways. So if you receive a grant, the grant changes you completely, because the grant determines how you should report, it determines how you should organize your administration. Its goal is really to define you in a very predictable way so it can work with you. So you might want to move that, to look at these corporations, to look at all of these NGOs, to take technology outside of what it appears to be. And I think you would read it. The other is perhaps to do a comparative study. What if you took Tanzanians to ask the same question in Spain? You know, what would that be different? How different would that be? And what kinds of assumptions would they bring? Because their own bodies, their own lives, their own experiences also bring particular assumptions on how they deploy their methodologies in this particular place. And I think that would be an interesting study, you know, to also challenge and test the assumptions and the findings that you have. The third is also how to compare entrepreneurship and the way it shifted across time. In the 1990s, after structural adjustment, there was a lot of work around entrepreneurship. I remember the work of Margaret Niger Thomas about women and the economic crisis in Cameroon. And there was a number of studies also during that period, which was really around gender. And it was really fascinating outcomes, because they were actually demonstrating that because of gender, the gender division of labor, and the ways in which men had been in the formal space and women in the informal, that they had had the opportunity to deal with the economic crisis in a different way than it was, before. So I think there's a lot to see how that has shifted over, because when I see a lot of what was presented today, it's as if there's just nothing. The way it presents, people who need, there's so much talk about empowerment. And you might need to trouble empowerment, because there is already a lot of literature about work that has happened and the way women have operated in that space. And it will be good to see how that has shifted over time. My last comment is just on I'm not asking for positive outcomes. I'm asking for an interrogation of what we can learn from Africa. So it's not positive, it's not negative. It's what we can learn, because the way we are presenting it about empowerment, about agency, because agency is an infantilizing, where when one says one is going to build capacity, you assume that the person is empty, the person has no value, the person has no skills. So, and there is a lot that, both women and men have in those spaces, and we need to invest in those. They are not just people waiting for you to transform them. They are making a significant contribution through their experiences, histories, and their particular cultural context. And we need to separate this from the publicity coming from banks, from lots of others, that these are people whom we need to change. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for a very good presentation. Yes. I know you are continuing doing analysis of the data that you collected, but there is something, in fact, which emerged out of your presentation, that despite a very good progress which is taking place in Africa by empowering women economically through digital or mobile mobile money services, there is now something also which is emerging. You have said most of the entrepreneur women you met, they are either single, in fact they are single, and either they are not married or married and divorced. Now in that kind of scenario, we are solving one problem and bringing in something else. We want women to be empowered, but also we need to maintain family cohesion in Africa. Now, I know maybe it may need an independent start on that one, or as you go on, maybe you may come up with the reasons why. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Just to build on the same question, have you thought of exploring that emerging theme? Or have you explored it already? The social problem of, broken marriages.
My question, it will be in Spanish or in Portuguese. Yeah. La secuencia de que los dos predecesores hicieron, esa cuestión social, también cultural. Yo creo que es más cultural. Sí, porque cuando la mujer se torna empoderada, hay más tendencia al divorcio, a la separación. Es necesario ver de los dos lados, de los hombres y las mujeres. ¿Por qué? Por eso es que yo acredito que sea más cultural, porque en África es una cuestión de mentalidad. Nuestros hombres tienen una mentalidad de que tienen que estar siempre arriba, las mujeres. Entonces, cuando la mujer tiene su independencia financiera, ya es un problema para el hombre, sobre todo. Porque ya le escapa a la mujer, le escapa su control. Entonces, hay que tener todos esos aspectos culturales porque es una cuestión de cultura, sí, de mentalidad, que un trabajo no es las agencias internacionales parceras que vienen a cambiar eso, somos nos, internamente África, que tenemos que cambiar un poco nuestra mentalidad. Gracias.
Yes, I would like to turn to another topic. You were, thanks for the study, it's nice, gives a lot of recognition as well. But you were doubting the methodology in your presentation. You said, well, we are ethnographers, but now we had to do this more quantitative, and then you did very short period of research. There was also collaboration with other researchers in the countries, if I understand correctly. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? How did you keep the wealth of ethnography? And the wealth of ethnography is the understanding what these women themselves want, what is their world, how do they see it? I mean, maybe they want to be divorced. Divorce is a very normal situation for many women in the whole world. So we should not question that too much. The other thing is trade and women in Africa, there's a lot of studies on it. It has a long history. Women networks are known. There's a lot of mobility of women. Do you also look into these studies to understand what these networks and what the technology then does in the networks that already exist? Because it's not new. I mean, the entrepreneur woman in Africa has been there for ages.
Thank you. Well, yeah, congratulations with this project. I think it's very exciting, and I think there's a lot, as Divine said, rich, there's a lot in there. Maybe also to connect with the question of Divine regarding the capacity, I was struck by this idiom of the peaceful phone, and it reminded me of, in Kinshasa, people, manage also when they are going to be connected, when they are going to be disconnected. So, disconnection in Kinshasa is sometimes imposed because there's no electricity or because the network is down. But sometimes it's also desired and sought after. And so I think this idiom of the peaceful phone actually talks more about connectivity as interference. And so I forwarded you the PDF of an article that I have on the notion of interference in Kinshasa. But then it also made me think that, if these women are so vocal about it, it probably also means that they have other ways of being smart in the city. And so, the classical definition, of, smartness, digitality leads to so-called, high-tech smartness. But I advocate for, a study of, what I call smartness from below, that there are other ways of being smart. And I think Divine's question was also hinting at that. I think it would be interesting if you could situate the ways in which these women go online. So, the modality, decides on becoming smart, being smart for X amount of time for particular purposes, and then disconnect, and then do other things for which they also need a particular kind of intelligence and smartness, but maybe the phone interferes in there. They don't need the phone. It would work against their ambitions and their goals. So I think in that way you could situate, digitality, getting online among a wider range of ambitions, goals, responsibilities, duties, obligations that your interlocutors have, and connecting it also with one of your comments that you've repeated several times, not all women are the same. I would be curious if that idiom of the peaceful phone is also expressed by like their daughters or the teenage girls, Because for them, maybe the smartphone doesn't mean interference, but maybe for them the smartphone means actually desired connectivity with strangers, or people in the diaspora, or whatever. So yeah, just to show your project and the conversations here inspire me.
Well, I think most of my questions have been asked by two previous speakers. So I'll just emphasize if we can get more explanation on methodology to understand the ethnography that is in place by hearing the voices, so we can start getting different faces of what is spoken about. Second, I think there's a shift from income generating activities to the shift to the entrepreneurship, and then to the local meanings of how entrepreneurship is tamed and defined. For example, in Tanzania, I know we use mjasiriamali, so it does not necessarily translate to an entrepreneur, which is traditional thinking and conception of what entrepreneur is, and it brings local meanings of survival, livelihood, and things like that. So I'm just wondering whether in other places you also look and bring those local expression of when women are taking different means of their livelihood. And then third, I'll be really interested to understand the business space within that digital space. How does it work and how does it operate, both in physical space and virtual space, in line to all these companies and corporates? It's a very complex space. What does that mean as a space? I would like to hear more about that. And I can see a little bit of profiling of these women in terms of who they are, what are their dreams, what are their experiences, what does it mean at the end of the day? I would like to hear a little bit from you. What does this profile mean to the space of which you're actually studying, and connecting the entrepreneurship and the mobile technology all together?
Well, thank you very much for all the inputs and all the comments, contributions. As I said before, I don't know, I think, yeah, it's just a preliminary study, so we really didn't go deeper. So I think some of your thoughts and questions is to go deeper in the field, so we cannot have an answer. So, but thank you very much. I'm going to try to, to do some, thought regarding some of your comments that can be understood as hypothesis, because we don't have a clear answer, regarding those comments. Of course, we know the working of entrepreneurs of Boateng or Gracia Clarks, or too many others who have been working regarding women entrepreneurs. We were thinking when we designed this project to do something comparing with, we have a problem in Spain called España vaciada, the empty Spain, and how technology is impacting to those areas, empty of people who doesn't want to live anymore in rural areas. So we were thinking in this comparison, so thank you. Maybe it's a good idea also to propose to any other call, and also how it's impacting with all people who stay in those rural areas and who don't want to leave. But the youngest one, they are already out of those villages or rural areas in the case of Spain, and it's a huge problem because also banks are running away from those places because they don't have clients there. And also all people doesn't know how to use technology in the case of Spain. So I think it could be a good comparison. Also, we were using it as a way to get funds from this proposal, to learn from, from our results from the African context, could we apply here in Spain? Because there are a lot of places where are getting empty and they are completely disconnected. See? They don't have connection, they don't have internet, and the people who are living there, they don't have any idea. They are illiterate, technologically speaking. So yes, we were thinking also about that, learning from our results in those other contexts. So this is a lesson that we can learn from those contexts. And yeah, I know the concept of agency as I'm infantilizing women, because it's from the 70s, from the 90s, you know, with this Beijing conference talking about empowerment issues and agency, and the conception of those concepts are very complex. And, you know, we read Mohanty, and we read, so we know that it's a very controversial conception. More when you are talking about women, as of course if they were children. So we are trying, and we need to be very careful now when we are trying to publish something, to try to decolonize our discourse. So, you know, our narrative also. It's something that we put a lot of effort, or at least, you know, eyes in our research group. Thank you, Mafi, for your comments. And Titus, well, I think Mirjam was already, Titus was already, please, disconnected. No, yes. She was already answering you, like, you know, too many women in the world are widowed or are divorced, or are, so I know marriage is an important issue for African women, because it's also a status. I mean, it means, it has a lot of meaning. We read also Dorothy Hodgson, and you were presenting the other day. So, and what I found, but this is from my previous work in Tanzania, is the wealthiest women are the ones who are not married, so, or who are single. So they are free. They don't have to ask anyone. They can control their own incomes. They don't have to share. They don't have to. And this is something cultural, as Ausenda was saying also. You know, like, this is also regarding masculinities that Samuel was explaining the other day in our master course. So how masculinities are also changing in the African context, this in Tanzanian context, for instance. You know, so this is a cultural issue, to be married, but also the role of men in those marriages, and why they don't want to be beside a rich woman, or you know, a wealthiest women. What happened? What is going on? So this could be, you know, successful women. So this could be a question regarding masculinities in Tanzania. What else? Yeah, I completely agree with Ausenda when you are talking the relationship, you know, regarding the relationship with men. It's a question of mentality, of cultural, and how to have financial independence is an issue for gender relations in the African context, but also here. So, you know, it's also, well, I don't want to talk about my personal life, but I just, you know, this is something from, but yeah, it's an issue also here, you know, women who are getting more money than men, and, you know, how are distributing within the household. Anyone is talking about the properties within the household. How are you sharing? Who is making decision about the budget? So, yeah. And thank you, Katrin, for your comment. We will try to go deeper, but as I said, you know, it's a very short field work and project, and we have the issue of funding also here. To get funds to travel abroad is difficult, and also to be connected with the teams there in Dar es Salaam University, or in the case of Bissau, is being complicated to coordinate, to, you know, to be. And regarding Jacqueline, yeah, well, as I said, you know, like methodology was, it couldn't be in deeper fieldwork or ethnographic research, because we were having a short period of time to be there, and funding and all the limitations that we used to have when we are doing research in African context from Europe. So it was difficult. And I think, I don't know if I have something else to say regarding your comment. Thank you very much, because you give us a lot of input, and we will take into account all of them. So we have take note, and it's recorded, so thank you. The peaceful phones, you want to know? This is just a preliminary idea that we need to develop. So, like we are now thinking, and it's being an inspiration from this conference also, that we were discussing, like, we can talk maybe about, why we are putting so much attention and be focused on being connected. So maybe, we can find a different position and a different interpretation of being disconnected. It's because we have a problem here that we are walking and we don't see other people, and we are having a coffee with a friend and we are not talking with a friend. We are just talking to someone else somewhere else through the mobile phone. This can be also another lesson from the African context, to be disconnected and to have peace in your mind without being connected all the time, at any time. Yeah. Yeah. This is a very good question. We will cross with the age, because it's true we didn't still, we see the marriage status, but we didn't see to the ages. We see the ages just in the case of entrepreneurs' experiences, but not in this case, and this can be a very good point to also to analyze, so thank you. Yeah, very good. See, so we are close to the lunch time. I can't believe it. we gained some time back, so thank you very much, and now we can go to have lunch. I don't know if you are hungry or not after the breakfast, the late breakfast, but welcome. Thank you. Bueno, muy chulas, ¿no? Las contribuciones que hemos tenido, muchas ideas.
Hola, hola. Hola, hola.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good. Good morning. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Great.
My name is Jorge and I'm going to be your presenter because Soledad Vieitez finally couldn't come and
Okay.
she's feeling a little bit sick. And the thing is that I think we're a little bit late. I'm on
Okay.
time, but the rest are still to come. So I guess we will be waiting. I don't know, some minutes. I'm sorry for making you waiting. It's not I was on time, eh?
Okay,
Sorry
it's
for stealing
okay.
your time.
Yeah, no worries. My internet connection here, because I'm traveling in Algeria, it's a bit bad, so I may just turn off the video so that it doesn't affect the quality.
Can you repeat, please? Because no es muy buena, ¿no? Sí. Sí, ¿verdad? Okay.
I said.
But I think we can see you and we can hear you. But listen, people are coming.
In 3 minutes we start.
In 3 minutes we will be starting. Okay.
Okay, but I'm saying my internet connection here, I'm in Algeria. I got into Algeria earlier this week. My internet connection in Algeria is shaky, so I may turn off the video so that the internet is better.
That's right. So you can turn it down and...
Thank you. Okay.
Sí, sí. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Empezamos a las 4:45. So,
Ella media hora, half an hour. Hello, F.
Yes.
This is Roser. Just to remember that you have like 20 half an hour. It's okay?
Okay. That's fine. More
Okay,
than
thank
enough.
you. And then questions and debate can be here in the room.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sí. ¿Empezó, no? F. Almost everyone is here. Would you like that
Sure.
we start?
It's your call whenever you're ready.
Okay. So I think we can start now.
Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. So hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jorge Guardiola, and Soledad Beites was supposed to introduce you, Efe Ukala, but unfortunately she couldn't make it, so I'm substituting her. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to Efe Ukala, who is going to be with us virtually. Efe is an experienced private, well, she's the founder of Impact Her. She will explain you more about this. And she's an experienced private equity lawyer, currently serving as Vice President and Assistant General Counsel at JP Morgan, where she advises institutional investors. She has an extensive experience in private and public investment arising out of frontier markets. She received her AB from the University of Chicago, where she was a Jeff Medical Fellow, and her GD from Washington and Lee University School of Law. She's also a member of the New York State and New Jersey State bars. And she was an elected member of board of the University of Chicago Black Alumni Association and Vice President of the Association of Black Women Attorneys, New York City. Thank you very much, Efe, for being with us virtually. It's a pleasure to listen to you. So whenever you want, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. I appreciate it, and I apologize that I am off video. That is because I am actually in Algeria, where I was also speaking at the Creative African Flex Festival being hosted by AfriExim. So I would just turn on the video for a minute so everyone can see who's speaking. But for the purposes of my connection, it's tougher when the video is on here in Algeria. So I was asked to speak on this very important and deep topic that really got me thinking a lot. And the topic was digitalization as a catalyst for social and economic transformation of the south of the Sahara. Digitalization is extremely close to my heart. So when I really thought about it and thought about what impact it has, I sort of had, different ideas, and it accumulated into me asking myself 7 different questions. But before I jump in there, let me take a moment to indicate that it's really an honor to be here today, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, and participants. It's really an honor to be delivering this keynote speech to you, and I am privileged to share my thoughts on the transformative power of digitalization in shaping the future of African societies. As I previously mentioned, when I was thinking through the speech, I thought about 7 different questions and thought that maybe if I could help provide some answers to it, maybe we can all leave this afternoon or morning, depending on where you are, with more insights on how we can marry the two as it relates to digitalization and social sciences and how it can help advance Africa. The first question I wanted to ask was, how far have we really come in Africa's digital revolution? The second question, what was at stake in Africa's digital development? My third question was, what new frontiers are we exploring in digitalization and social sciences? The fourth being, how can we build partnerships for inclusive growth through digital cooperation? My fifth question was, are we leaving anyone behind in Africa's digitalization. The sixth was, how can we reimagine Africa's narrative through digital humanities? And the last but not the least question was, what does the future hold for African digitalization? I believe that these questions will help us unpack the complexities of digitalization in Africa and its potential to transform our societies. But first, permit me to begin with a personal story that shaped my understanding of the power of digitalization. At the young age of 16, I was filled with pride, fresh from 6 years of computer classes in an all-girls public school in Nigeria. I had considered myself a technological whiz, confident I knew more about computers than some adults in my community and obviously the town I grew up in. My first task in this new digital world at that point was to type my application for my international baccalaureate schooling. But as I sat in front of the computer all by myself, I had gone to computer kiosks in the community. All that confidence faded. Suddenly, I found myself frozen in front of the keyboard, uncertain of which keys to press. The only thing I could recall at that moment was do not touch F9, so the key F9. And I couldn't remember why. In that moment, it struck me. I had never actually touched a computer during all those 6 years of computer education in the school I had attended. We learned computer science by watching. I recall one of the answers to a question was do not press F9. It could have negative impact on the computer, but I never even knew what it was. We had learned in a classroom where about 15 students huddled around one machine like a pack of bees while the instructor typed. We had knowledge, or at least we thought we had the knowledge, but no real access to technology. Sadly, my story is not unique. Millions of people across Africa face this reality each and every day. Without access to actual tools, the promise of digital education remains out of reach. This personal experience leads us to my first question, which was, how far have we come in terms of the digital revolution in Africa? Let's now zoom out to look at Africa's digital landscape. While indeed we've made remarkable strides, many African people, especially women, remain behind. My story was a microcosm of the larger issue. A recent study conducted by Impact Her, an organization I founded 7 years ago that supports African women entrepreneurs, reveals a stark reality of this digital divide. We surveyed over 4,000 women from 52 African countries. 54% of those women were actually residing in Africa rural areas. So this means that we conducted the study in English, French, Portuguese, Swahili, you name it. And the survey found that 34.7% of African women and girls, based on the respondents, do not own any form of digital device, be it a flash phone, a smartphone, or any digital tool. This divide was even more pronounced when we looked at the rural versus urban splits in Africa. 15.7% of the urban respondents reported that they had no digital device ownership, compared to a staggering 84.3% of rural respondents. These figures highlight a substantial urban-rural divide ownership gap in Africa, which we must address. Furthermore, the survey uncovered that 60% of women and girls in Africa have not received any form of digital training, formal digital training, which indicates a profound digital skill deficit. The lack of training and access severely limits their ability to participate in the digital economy and benefits that it brings to us all. These sobering statistics brings us to our second critical question. What's at stake? In the 21st century, digitalization is reshaping the world, and Africa is no exception. The digital revolution is not just about technology. It's about creating new pathways to economic growth, fostering inclusive development, and building sustainable futures for generations to come. From telemedicine to mobile banking, from e-commerce to educational platforms, the power of digital tools has the potential to uplift millions, particularly in regions that have been historically underrepresented in the global digital economy. In Africa, this landscape is it's expanding rapidly. The adoption of mobile technologies have given rise to innovative solutions like M-Pesa in Kenya, which has revolutionized financial inclusion for millions of people, not only in Kenya, but across East Africa. Similarly, digital trade is creating new opportunities across the borders, enabling African small and medium-sized enterprises to engage in the global economy through platforms like one of my favorites at this point, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. For me, digital skills transformed my life. As I began my international baccalaureate diploma, I finally learned how to use Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, even do basic research that was once foreign to me. Skills that have now opened doors for me and opportunities for not only me, but later for the 52,643 women and girls that I have been privileged to train in digital skills through my nonprofit, Impact Her. As we consider the transformative power of digitalization, we must also examine its broader implications, which brings us to the third question. What new frontiers are we exploring as it relates to digitalization and social sciences? While the economic potential of this digitalization is immense, digitalization affects the very fabric of African cultures, identities, and cooperation. As a result, we must also consider the impact of digitalization on African cultures, societies, and cooperation. Social sciences have long explored the human dimension of technological change, and the digital revolution offers new opportunities to challenge what we must collectively address. One critical area where digitalization intersects with social sciences is the preservation and promotion of African culture. I have long been a fan of do not import the Western cultures and tradition onto Africa, because first of all, the infrastructures are never the same and the cultures are so diverse. So digital platforms offer an unprecedented opportunity to document and share the rich cultural heritage of African societies, from our oral traditions to our knowledge systems. However, this requires intentional efforts to ensure that these platforms are inclusive and represent the continent's diverse cultures. At the same time, we have to ensure that our young ones are not lost in the Western version of digitalization. I'm specifically referring to Instagram, where, with digitalization and them getting online, they are observing what the Western culture looks like and adopting it without questions. The digital divide, nonetheless, remains a significant issue across Africa, particularly for urban and rural areas, and also between men and women. In my work, I have seen this firsthand. A recent Impact Her survey also found that 72% of women and girls in rural areas have never had access to digital training, compared to 28% in urban settings. This stark reality underscores the urgent need for targeted interventions to democratize digital education across Africa's rural areas as well. The transformative power of digital skill is not only evident from my personal story that I shared earlier with you, but also for women like Amina, a cereal processor, that's the cereal that we eat, processor that I met in Kenya. Prior to meeting Amina, she solely marketed her cereal business by word of mouth and the physical store that she had in her community. However, after she was able to attend a digital marketing training, where she learned how to use digital tools such as Facebook and Instagram to advertise her business, she drastically increased her business revenue by 30%, and even was able to secure a local manufacturing contract from one of the bigger firms. All of this was through the power of her digital footprint. This digital transformation has had a profound impact, not only on her life, but on those who rely on her for their livelihood, her community. However, Amina is only one of very few African women with such access, based on data. And I fear that if the digital divide is not addressed, this divide could further exacerbate existing inequalities and limit the potential of digitalization in Africa. This notion, again, was evident in a recent survey that revealed only 39.8% of the respondents had access to AI, that's artificial intelligence tools, with only 14% of those that had access indicated that they had any level of skill. Of those that indicated they had some level of skill, only 5% ranked their AI skills as excellent or very good. This data underscores the urgent need for foundational digital and AI education for Africa, and as it particularly relates to women and girls and those in the rural community. So as we embrace the future, it is imperative that we take an inclusive approach to digital development, one that ensures all African citizens have the skill, the access, and the opportunities to benefit from digital technologies. Addressing this challenge requires a collaborative approach at multiple levels, which leads us to the fourth question. How can we build partnerships in digital cooperation for, in the digital sector rather, for inclusive growth? Africa's journey towards digital transformation indeed requires that both the government, the private sector, and the civil society, as well as academia, all play their parts. We must not leave it all to the government, and we must not leave it all to just the technology companies. Digital cooperation is essential for building the necessary infrastructure, fostering innovation, and ensuring that the benefits of digitalization are all equally distributed. International cooperation, so obviously beyond Africa, also plays a vital role in this process. So African governments and countries and researchers must seek to work together with global partners to share best practices, attract investment, and build digital skills needed for the future. Initiatives like Smart Africa are already creating frameworks for digital transformation that emphasize cross-border collaboration and innovation. So as we consider these partnerships, we must also ensure, as I have littered throughout the speech so far, that no one is left behind, especially African women. So it brings me to the fifth question. Are we leaving everyone behind? Of course, I have kind of answered that question throughout, that African women and girls are still left behind due to the sobering statistics that I had shared earlier. And in that case, it remains crucial to highlight that the role of African women in transformation, through digital transformation, doesn't just rest with her, but has a huge ripple effect in her community. Women are not only the backbone of Africa's economies, but they're also key drivers to innovation. In my work, I've seen how women entrepreneurs are utilizing digital schools to grow their businesses, access new markets, and drive sustainable development around them. Let me introduce you, for example, to Fatima, a vendor I met in Ghana during one of my Impact Hat trips. Fatima used to use she had a box that she used as her, in quote, savings account, where she would stock her money in there, or stick her money in there as she was a trader. But however, Fatima was also always worried about someone finding her box and stealing it. When she learned about, mobile banking, and in this case, MTN Momo, she was skeptical. We introduced her to it. She said, how can my money be kept safe in a phone? We were able to get her past that skepticism. And after attending a digital training workshop on how to use something as simple as Momo to manage her business financing and to save her money and transact, she decided to give it a try. Today, Fatima not only uses mobile banking for her business, but has also started savings group for other women vendors in the community, those that don't have access to at least the basic mobile device. They use a group wallet feature to pull resources together, and in fact are now using mobile money tool to substitute the traditional way of lending between women, and in Nigeria we would call that isusu, where women would give microloans to each other, but now they've made that digital. This has allowed many of them to expand their business and build more trust within the community. Fatima's story illustrates the transformative power of mobile banking for women, but obviously it also highlights the challenge that women remain underrepresented in the digital economy, and targeted efforts are needed to close the gender gap, especially for women in rural Africa who still struggle with technological literacy. We shouldn't also forget that cultural norms within most African countries, not all, some, also often dictate that men control household finances, creating barriers to women's financial independence. So as we navigate empowering those who are left behind, especially the women and especially those in the rural area, we have to also be sensitive to Africa's cultural idiosyncrasies. Programs that provide digital literacy skills, access to finance, and mentorship for women will remain vital in ensuring that African women can fully participate and benefit from the digital economy. So as we empower women and embrace digital tools, we must also consider how these technologies can be used to tell our own stories and Africa's own stories. So this brings me to the second to last question, the sixth question. How can we utilize digital tools to reimagine Africa's narrative? As we embrace digital tools, we must also ensure that they are used to tell our stories. Digital Humanities offers African scholars and creators the means to preserve our history, Africa's history. It also provides African scholars and creators the means to challenge stereotypes and promote African voices on the global stage. It's not just about using Western methodologies, but also integrating our indigenous knowledge system and reimagining how Africa is seen and understood. Africa's scholars and creators are already making significant strides here, but more needs to be done. As we consider these advancements and opportunities, we must also look ahead, which brings me to my final question. What does the future hold for African digitalization? As we look to the future, I'm optimistic about the role that digitalization will play in Africa's social and economic transformation. However, realizing this potential requires concerted efforts from all stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier, the government, civil society, nonprofits, scholars. Government, however, must create the enabling environment for digital innovation. Businesses must then invest in digital infrastructure, and civil society must advocate for policies that promote digital inclusion. Most importantly, we must prioritize human capital development in Africa. The future of Africa's digital revolution depends on the skills and the creativity of its people, particularly its young population. By investing in digital literacy and education, we can equip the next generation with the tools they need to drive Africa's digital transformation. As I conclude, I am reminded of the younger version of myself, feeling lost in front of a computer keyboard. But here I stand today before you, or sit before you, as someone who has witnessed the transformative power of digital skills firsthand. It shows us that this transformative power that lies at the intersection of social sciences, digital humanities, and technology can indeed be Africa's answer. As we leave here today, I challenge each of you to think about how your work can bridge these worlds. How can we leverage our unique perspectives to ensure that digital revolution truly serves all Africans? But let me be clear, digital humanities in Africa is not simply a transplant of Western methodologies. It's a unique blend that respects and incorporates Africa's knowledge systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this inspiring speech. I think we still have like 15 minutes for questions and answers. So anyone who wants to make a question, please raise your hand and I provide you with the micro.
Thank you, Efe. Thank you very much for your inspiration speech. I just have one answer regarding your work and your organization that try to promote, I think, the digitalization for women entrepreneurs and young women also. But I would like to know, how are you dealing with problem of infrastructures and cultural diversity? Just if you can, have some input about that.
Thank you
very much.
No, thank you so much for that great question. So, in terms of infrastructure, that remains an issue, and I'm not sure I see that going away quickly. Because when you talk of infrastructure, I'm thinking the mobile devices. I'm thinking access to reliable internet, or even internet at all. I'm thinking access to laptops. The way we've tackled that so far has been really under policy advocacy and trying to see if the tech companies, telecom, are able to provide subsidized internet for women. So what we've been able to manage to do, for example, is during training programs, digital skills training programs, where most women would need to access the internet to learn, we've been able to get those sort of written off by telecom companies during that period of time. However, that still remains unsustainable because in the long run, after she practices there and she goes home, she's still faced with the issue of limited internet. Again, against the backdrop of the fact that internet connectivity is extremely expensive as well. I think when compared to the rest of the world, it's more expensive in Africa than the rest of the world on the average. So that remains an issue. So on that end, we just continue to do lots and lots of advocacy work. With the other, your second question was as it relates to how do we ensure that we're doing this, I think I'm paraphrasing, in a culturally sensitive manner. We are extremely sensitive to ensuring that we actually do that because we realized from the early days that where you don't build trust, it's difficult for you to impact people, especially women, in the most significant way. So when, for example, we conduct trainings within Muslim communities, we usually work with trainers that share the same culture or also speak the same language. We find that that has been very helpful in building trust. And also, we ensure that the curriculum aligns with cultural values. For example, we may not necessarily, if we're teaching a group of Muslim women in, an African community, we may not necessarily, use pictures of maybe Western style dressing to illustrate, posting on Instagram or doing Facebook captions, right? We probably wouldn't do that. We would be more sensitive to the culture and maybe use a woman who is dressed appropriately or in a culturally accepted manner. So that is also something we're very sensitive to. I think when I also mentioned the survey, I said we conducted a survey in Swahili, Portuguese, in different languages. We also find that even in communities where women would speak some English, if the preferred language is the local language, it's best to support them and train them in that local language because, again, it builds trust and allows for faster learning. So I hope those answered your questions, and if it doesn't, I'm happy to. Please feel free to react, and I'm happy to shed more light.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jefe.
Okay, thank you for an inspiration presentation. In the last presentation, we noted that the transformation of technology in terms of empowering women comes with the negative effects, including broken marriages.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Broken marriages, when women become successful,
yes.
they don't want to be married. They get divorced. So how do you see this in the future of technology in your endeavors? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, and I have been a strong advocate of creating allies, and when I talk about allies, I speak to getting more men to be champions for women's economic development and economic growth as well. So while we don't advertise this a lot, we do this work specifically for the African Union. When we train women today, we also there are also trainings we do to incorporate young men because, again, we're thinking of Africa's future. We want to ensure that, as women are lifted economically, that men also are lifted economically And we've also found that it's helpful sometimes to have both genders of young men and women in the room co-learning and being supportive of each other. Now, I don't have a microscope to look into, a telescope to look into the future, or a glass ball, so I don't know if that approach will work. So maybe in 10 years' time, you can ask me if I did that work. But what we're doing now is just trying to be intentional that as we impact men, we also find ways to, as we impact women, we also find ways to ensure that men are also enlightened and men also are put in a position where they feel that they are also allies to women's growth as well. But if you found a better way to do it, please, I am open to hearing more.
Thank you, Efe. I just would like to clarify that maybe it's not broken marriage, just is happy separation or divorce. Just for my colleague, that he's very insisting in broken marriages. Anyway, thank you, Efe.
Thank you. I can, if someone is speaking, I can.
There is one more question for Agloté, so she's going to do it in Spanish, but I will translate it.
Thank you.
She said that if you can maybe make some clarification or comments, just some comments regarding the women entrepreneurs' influence in household welfare to enforce maybe marriages, to be more happy marriages. This is a Agloté contribution. Thank you.
Okay, if we can enforce what? I need to understand that a bit better, please.
Enforce the household welfare.
Okay, so are you speaking
and also
about...
enforce happy marriages.
Okay. I'm not sure how we could enforce happy marriages though, but...
Thank you, Efe.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Efe, for your interesting presentation, and thank you very much for joining us virtually. So it was a pleasure to meet you, and I think we might now move to the next plenary session. But I guess we have 15 minutes, or we move ahead.
Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure to address you all today. Really grateful for your time and your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Great. All right. Bye.
So we go ahead, or we... Okay, so maybe we are around.
microphone in order to be listened. But as you are going to be translated, don't worry, it's okay. Pero someone else needs to translate you. Who is going to translate you?
I prepared in English. Prepared in English.
Okay, good. And Alice? Where is Alice? Alice, Florida, now Eusebia. Están fuera la gente de Bissau, de Bubaque, que no sé cuándo vienen. Creo que nos falta, ¿podéis traer una copa más, Cloté? Una copa, porque falta una... ¿Ahí? A Cloté, ¿puedes subir a por una copa más? Una copa más. Arriba al restaurante. Quédate que tú estás malísima. Voy a llamar a Nacho, porque seguramente Nacho sepa dónde está.
Ninayo lakini sito nani. Ninayo lakini sito display. Alice, can you sit there? Sure. Okay. Y te voy a poner una silla para ti. Aquí. Well, I think before the closing session, we have an important session that I think is one of the most exciting sections, at least for me, session. We know the last plenary session is called Knowing What is Important, Technology in Everyday Life. We were supposed to have Soledad to moderate this plenary, but she's sick, so she couldn't do it. So I'm going to try to do it for her. I'm going to try to introduce the people who are here with me, and it's an honor to be with you in this table. See. So I'm going to try to introduce all of them. So Ana, Alice, Eusebia, and Florinda will each begin by briefly talking about their day-to-day work. So they will talk about their daily life from the morning up to the night.
And in the second part, they will address the use of technology in their daily lives, also the mobile phone use for the daily life, commercial life, and business activities. So finally, they will try to answer, if they feel to how this technology is helping them or not to do their economic activities. So the one who want to start, Karibu Sana, welcome. I don't know in Creole, how is welcome? Bienvenidas in Creole. It's going to be a more slow plenary because we have to translate into from Creole to English, Portuguese and English. They are going to talk in English, although their language is Swahili. So, okay. So, welcome. Who want to, I don't know the order. Florinda, please. Por favor. Por favor. Sí, sí hacemos. Sí, no, que haga. Ausenda va a traducir, si la puedo traducir yo y si no te pido ayuda. ¿Vale? Ausenda, ausenda. Sí, lo podría hacer.
Ok, boa tarde. Posso? Ok, boa tarde mais uma vez. Eu sou Florinda João Timas, vindo do país de Guiné-Bissau, de uma zona mais longe, área insular, chamada Ilha Boubaque. Okay. E sou casado, uso tradicional. Sou uma mulher agricultora. Ficou.
My name is Florinda. I'm from Guinea-Bissau, from an island called Boubaque. I'm a mother of 3 children, and I'm a horticultora?
Farmer.
I'm a farmer.
Também sou professora no ensino básico.
She's a teacher in school.
E também sou uma mulher vendedora de roupas.
And she's a seller of clothes. She works in primary school and a seller of clothes.
Eu vim aqui para representar grupo de agricultoras, chamar nome da nossa associação Atingoia Canto. Somos nós as mulheres.
She's representing a group of women. Atingoa Canto is a group of farmers, and they are settled in Boubaque.
Essa expressão é falada em Bijagó, porque eu sou Bijagó.
This word, the name of the group, is in Bijagó language, as they are from Bijagó. They are Bijagós in the archipelago of Bijagós.
Dizemos que somos nós as mulheres batalhadoras, por isso é que pusemos esse nome.
They say themselves that they are fighters as women and as human beings.
Nós trabalhamos em colaboração com a ASAD.
They are working with an NGO called ASAD.
Ela nos financia na área de formação, sementes, materiais, vedação e muito mais.
Assad is funding, is supporting the working of agriculture for the las huertas, for the gardens, the materials, trainings, all the tools that they need.
Na alfabetização para outras mulheres,
And as well, alphabetization for other women,
transformação dos nossos legumes,
transforming the vegetables,
e muitos.
and some others.
Por isso é que nós vemos até aqui.
That's the reason, because they are here today with us.
Agradecemos muito o esforço da SAD.
They thanks Assad for their effort for bringing them here.
Graças a Deus a ele, hoje estou na Espanha.
Thanks to God and Assad, she's today with us here in Spain.
Eu devia estar em Buaque.
She said she should be there in Buaque, but she's here.
Isso é nome da minha associação. Agradeço do fundo do coração.
So in the name of all the women in the association, they thanks to all of us.
Agora, fala das dificuldades, por exemplo. Está aí. Papel de dificuldades que você tem, ou não?
Ella habían preparado unas preguntas
Ah, ok. Vos que tenés preguntas.
Pero pueden... Ok. Vos podés papeaos de dificultades que vos tenés lá con trabajo de horta. De? O que pergunta que nos prepara? Okay.
Sim, sim, sim.
Ah, vos
Dia a
trabalho
dia,
cada
sim,
dia,
cada dia,
tudo
sim.
assim.
No meu dia a dia, eu como florinhas ótimas. Eu, quando acordar de manhã, tenho que fazer aqueles trabalhinhos de uma mãe, preparar pequeno almoço e mandar a criança para irem à escola, aquelas que vão de manhã.
Okay. Every day when she gets up, she has to do some home work at home, prepare the children to go to school. Yeah.
Tentar dividir tarefas para aquelas que não vão aulas de manhã.
But she has to divide the time and the task, as some of the kids are going to the school and some others are going in other timetable.
Ao terminar essa parte, logo de imediato tenho que ir para a escola.
After that, she has to go to the school to work, para trabalho.
Tenho que lecionar.
And she has to teach,
Quando sair,
and when she finishes,
vou tentar mais organizar como uma mãe em casa.
she has some more work at home,
Encontrar já com aqueles crianças, os meus filhos que já vieram da aula de manhã.
and to welcome her children that are coming back from the school,
Vamos continuar a trabalhar em casa.
to keep going the work at home
E
with them.
aqueles que vão aulas à tarde,
And then some other children go to school in the afternoon.
vão iniciar a preparar para ir à escola.
They prepare themselves to, or she prepared them to go to school.
Quando terminar essa parte, se eles forem para a escola,
And when they finish that and the children go to school,
e eu e aqueles meninos que já vieram da escola de manhã,
vão para o campo.
and she and the children that were at the school in the morning,
se não tiverem educação física ou ginástica, vamos logo para fora.
if they don't have other lessons of gym, they go to work on the gardens.
Ali vamos trabalhar na horticultura. Um vai preparar caldeiro, outro fazer irrigação, outro tirar ervas, para fazer tudo.
And they're gonna do work on the garden, some preparing the land, some other cutting the vegetables and preparing all for farming.
Quando terminamos aqui,
When they finish that, vous pouvez ir là, explica qué cosa que vous tenez là.
a nossa horta de legumes.
Kelly, that's the garden of vegetable. Well, these are the women of the group of farming. This is the island of Boubaque in Guinea-Bissau, in the archipelago of Villagó.
Outra imagem de uma mulher ali.
Sí, un poco de paz.
Essa mulher, essa é Lídia.
Ele,
Lídia, sim, era
She's another woman, Lydia, and they are part of the group of women selling the vegetables on the market, in the local market. These are the vegetables that they produce. Que lì è trabalho que vos consigue, produto que vos consigue, no?
Nós lavramos muitos legumes.
They work with too many different vegetables, lettuce, tomato, ganja. ¿Cuál es?
Quiabo.
No sé qué. Clavo. Other kind of lettuce. I don't know the word in English, sorry about that, but it's kind of vegetable. Nabo, salsa, beans. Okay. Too many vegetables, as you can see. Onions. A lot of them. Mostly vegetables. Okay. More or less. Obrigado.
If they are using mobile phones and for what use, what they are having or not, if they are using.
Thank you.
Florinda, era appunto. Ok. Che mi si contra bota usa telefone na boa negócio mobile coisa mobile money se bota fazer compra ou fazer transferência de dinheiro com aquilo lá pagamentos como que bota se bota usar tio e como é que tá funciona?
Sim, nós costumamos lidar com essa tecnologia, Orange Money. A maioria das mulheres já tem isso na sua conta.
Yeah.
Porque é seguro.
Okay. They're using digital money. They're using a platform that is called Orange, and they use a service, financial service that is Orange Money. Most of the women are already using it. Especially, she mentioned that it's because this is secure. Huh.
Another question is if it's easy to access to internet, if it's difficult or expensive, how much inversión, how much invest?
Sim, investir,
Okay.
investe nisso. Que investir contra internet? Como aqui para ver que telefone que bote nesse contra e te exigir para por internet. Isto é uma boa papel, não na caso particular, na boa comunidade, boa grupo. E se contra botar usa tio internet e como que está na boba, como que te chega na boba aqui, custo também. Se contra botar está e botar ter sempre dinheiro para por internet e aquilo.
Sí, si vos tenés acceso a internet, si vos tenés dificultades para pegar internet. Ok, primero si vos tenés telemóvil inteligente, podés papear, y también si después vos tenés conexión a internet.
Desculpe, eu deixei a pergunta passar.
Ok.
Na verdade, os telemóveis nos ajudam no trabalho, porque facilita uma ligação entre nós e os clientes.
Okay. Smart telephone are helping them to connect other women and as well to connect customers.
Por exemplo, temos hotéis que não estão no mesmo local com o espaço onde temos ó. Ali o homem do hotel pode pegar só no número, fazer uma ligação, pedir qualquer legume, você retira logo e envia.
Sí, but for example, they are connected to the hotels in the island, and the people from the hotels call them and are connected to them to order to buy some food. Yeah.
Some vegetables. Yeah.
Vegetables and other food. Yeah. And Eusebia, O pode papi também como é que você trabalha com um telemóvel inteligente ou colegas de agrupamento? Quantos deles têm telemóvel inteligente? O pode papi criou. É. Aham. Okay. She wants to say hi to everybody. Firstly, according to Smart Mobile, particularly she doesn't have it, but most of her group have it. Most of the women, or most of them, she mentioned that they have it. And this is very useful, as they can send the pictures of the vegetables to the customers, and then they do the agreement and sell the vegetables through the smart telephone.
Tal vez sería interesante preguntarle por qué no tiene, si es porque no le gusta o porque no tiene dinero, o si le, sí. Eusébia, vou falar boca tem digital, moca tem agora para ver. Boca tem na dinheiro.
She said that she doesn't have money to buy a smartphone, and te gustaría tenerlo, ¿no? And of course her priorities is to pay the school fees for her children, not to buy a smartphone. A lo mejor nos podría contar un poquito su día a día. No? Maybe she can tell us also about her your daily life, because Florinda is a teacher also in agriculture, but and also is doing agriculture, and Eusebia, maybe she can tell us.
Conta, suma aqui Florinda conta, buta em dia a dia, o pude contar quanto filho que tem, qual trabalho que está fazendo, em dia a dia.
She has 6 children. Five girls and 1 boy. ¿Puede repetir?
Tiene, como se tiene ella sola, tiene que pagar la escuela de los niños, por eso.
Okay, and she has to pay all the expenses about the 6 children for herself. ¿Qué vos haces todo el día?
¿Qué más que te haces?
She mainly works on the garden. Quanto ora che può fare là na horta? Quanto tempo che può stare là? Quanto? No, tempo cada dia. Cada dia?
Vai dele para amanhã, dele quanto hora dele.
She goes to the school to leave the children at 8 in the morning normally, and then she goes to the garden and stay there till midday or 1 p.m.
And?
Ma voi tem que preparar comida para tudo filho, não?
Não, eles que estão preparando.
Okay. Their children are able to cook, so after garden she can go home and rest a little bit, and then at 4 o'clock she comes back to the garden. de mañana.
Sim, o trabalho antes de 9 horas, o está lá depois 9 horas arriba vai vindi. Ok, sim.
A 9 horas vai
Sim, há período em que vai mais temprano, às 7, a la horta, às 9 vuelve, va al mercado vender.
Ah, okay, okay. During some months of the year, she goes earlier to the garden at 7 in the morning and then goes to the local market to sell the products around 9 in the morning, 9 a.m. Yeah. As in Bubake, there is not like a company that would buy all the vegetables to distribute them. So the only normal customer are the hotels in the island. Você trabalha, você conecta com hotéis por telemóvel para vender? Okay. Está funciona direto. Está funciona bem. She doesn't have a smart mobile. She connects and she talks to the hotels, but with a analogical. They call them teclado, like key. They call them teclado mobile. Well, key phone mobile. Yeah, exactly. Thanks. Some other question? Come che ta fase? Ok. Come che trabalho ta corre dentro de agrupamento entre mulheres? Come che vo fase regra, qualche funzionamento, vo pode papear un bocado de como
Você pode ter um fundo que vou criar para apoiar tudo.
Nós sempre na entrada de campo, sempre vamos levar a trabalho. Então, trabalho de cada dia 3 mil no trabalho. Entrada de campo.
entrada. Ok.
Ter acesso.
Paga para grupo.
Para ter,
Cada mulher te paga.
3 mil para ter acesso ao campo.
Ma a quem que vota dar dinheiro? Dentro do agrupamento. Okay. So each woman pays 3,000 cefa, that is around €5, to the person in charge of the group of women, just to have a place, and that's like a regulation, an internal regulation. Un viaje por mes o para sempre?
No, por ano.
Por coleta. Per,
¿cómo se dice?
La colecta, la Harvard. And how many?
Quanto viajes por ano que você faz?
Sí. 2 viajes por ano.
Ao iniciar o trabalho, logo no primeiro dia que você vai começar a trabalhar na sua filha, você tem que entregar um dinheiro. Aquele 3 mil é para manutenção da obra.
Ok.
Logo no final, depois da coleta, para não vender toda a legumbre, você tem que pagar um pouco. Isso fica lá no fundo para gerir trabalhos.
Okay. So they pay twice. Once at the beginning, and it's a fund for maintenance of the garden, and they pay again when once they are collecting the vegetables. They pay another otro 3,000, as 3,000, another 3,000 as well for the group. Praga, claro. ¿Cómo se dice eso en inglés? And they have difficulties with the mosquito and with las plagas. I don't know that word in English. Plaga, a plague. Okay. They have difficulties with the plague. And what do you do for that? ¿Qué vous faites para que lá? Quando que vous tenez praga, que vous faites? Okay. Alho? Ok.
Preparar.
They receive training and they have support of a trainer in agriculture, and he gave them some natural solutions with ajo, garlic and some salts to avoid mosquito and the plague. Yeah.
Temos também uma árvore chamada cloroquina. Temos uma árvore lá, é pouco picante.
Árvore.
Primeiro pegamos suas folhas, picamos numa panela, depois misturamos panela com aquele alho, tabaco e mais esse sabão líquido. Fazemos e usamos para combater aquele
Okay.
São hojas verdes de uma árvore.
Okay.
Misturam com...
Okay, they use a combination of some leaves, green leaves, garlic, tobacco, some other, and some soup, and they mixtures, and this is another solution for that.
Agrupamento, quantas pessoas, quantas... A voz e canto na voz grupamento. Ok.
They were 62, but because of the plague, some women are quitting or stopping or taking a time just to see, and now they are 30 something.
É, 62.
Quando que começa o agrupamento?
Não. Naquele ano que eu queria.
1999. Que a altura boa também 30, 40 mulheres canto?
Só
Canto
vou
mulheres ano 99 canto que é a boa?
Canto que a voz era ba.
Sim.
A voz chuva aqui. Vim aqui, sim. Ok, começaram com pouco.
They were younger and they were, it was a lower number, yeah. When they created the group in 1999.
Tal vez gustaría preguntar que las mujeres que abandonaron el agrupamiento ahora hacen qué? Sí. ¿Qué mujeres que saem do grupo para via de praga, não sei o que, que tem rendimento? Que agora que está fazendo? De qual trabalho que vai estar fazendo? Ah, ok.
Okay. Some of the women that quit from the group of agriculture, they are selling fish. It's an island, and they're working on that. Cheve. Some of them, well, they have different options. They can work on farming as well, selling fish, on some other agriculture in the island. Yeah.
Eso, por ejemplo, a ver ese aceite de palma. Ahí.
See, well, she was pointing up one of the vegetable, some of the vegetables that they are working on and selling. All of them are from their village. Tabanca is the name in Creole. And during the weekend, all of them go to the market to sell.
Yeah, because Lumo is a big market.
No, domingo, on Sunday. On Sunday.
Because of the boat arriving from
because of normally the boat comes from the city of Bissau, from the capital, only on Fridays and leaves on Sunday. So on Sunday, all of them go to the harbor to sell the products. This is an image from near to the harbor. Okay, okay.
Vamos estar acrescentar mais alguma coisa, falar mais outra coisa. Não era passar a palavra aqui no pessoal.
She said I has a lot of things to tell you. So, okay. Muito obrigado. Depois está presentados e depois não tem um momento de pergunta e vou poder papiar um bocado mais. Está bem? Okay. Obrigado.
Thank you, Florinda, Eusebia, obrigada. Now I'm going to give the word to Ana Stefano and Alice Nyimila. They are coming from Tanzania, from different parts, so they will explain us their daily life and how they are using or not, or if they want to use or not, technology or mobile phones. Karibu sana.
Okay, I'm going to, because I'm going to use English language, but it is not my my local. So I think we are going to, I hope we will understand it. As I introduced it to Dada Rosa, my name is Ana Stefano. From Bunda, I work as a teacher in primary education. I teach small children from pre-primary education under 5 years. So I am not a professor or a diploma. I am Form 4 graduate. But I am teacher, and I'm using to teach all subjects in Swahili. It's not for English, and English is my extra language. So I'm the mother of 3 children, Esther, Stefano, and Joseph. I'm going to my participation suggestion regarding the first conference in social society duties in Sahara is knowing what the importance of technologies in the uses of mobile phone in my everyday life. Since we know what technology is, I will go straight into my experience on the uses of technology in my everyday life in Bunda village and also at Lushoto village in Tanga, where I was born, but is in Tanzania. First, I will talk about a mobile phone and its uses for women like me who live in a rural area. Personally, the mobile phone for me is almost a sensitive and important gadget from the time I wake up to prepare for my daily activities. For example, I use my mobile phone to know the time. Sometimes I keep it in alarm, so as it remember me to wake up. Okay, everyone have a mobile phone. You have even you have a mobile phone. Yeah. What are you going? What did you use from morning to evening? Many things. Yeah. even, yeah, yeah. I also often in there is no electricity. I use my mobile phone for light or as a torch or flashlight. I use it if there is no electricity. I use my mobile phone for flashlight. Sometimes in the rural area where I live, the electricity is divided, is not almost we get it. So I use my mobile phone for light because I wake up in the morning. I also use my to plan my activities from morning before I go to work. For example, when I come back, I call who I will call and do what I need. For example, when I was in my work, I know after I go back home, I will do whatever. Maybe I want to go somewhere, so I use my phone to know the time and to call someone to follow me in my work and to, you know it. Yeah, now maybe someone will help me. Ninatumia simu yangu kumuita mtu kunipata shuleni, kunipeleka mahali ninapotaka.
She used the phone for transportation. Someone will call and go and pick her up. Yeah. Motorbike.
I also use my mobile phone for refresh me and rewind me. For example, in morning, I want to listen the taarifa habari by using my telephone, news. By using my telephone. When I'm wake up in the morning, I keep it in. Sometimes I prepare for myself, but I listen what news for today. And then also, I use my mobile phone for taking a picture, selfie, photo, and various events, WhatsApp, and so other. It's also improving my life to send and receive money from different places. For example, M-Pesa and Airtel Money. I use my phone to send money for my family. I use it for Airtel Money or M-Pesa to send, for example, money for my family or my parents. So it is important to me. But also help me to engagement with the primary health care provider. For example, when I want to go to the hospital, I am looking for good care health provider in the hospital I want. So it helped me. When I sometimes I call someone, where can I get a good care from the hospital? So it is all for me. It is good for. It is good important. With Facebook. Yeah. Also, sometimes I use my mobile phone. Also, my husband is a motorcycle driver. He uses his mobile phone to get passengers. So it improves his life. So if he wakes up in the morning, he have to say to anaweza kupeleka watoto shule na mimi, lakini baada ya hapo he used for the passengers to get money. So it is important for his life also. For my side, I also a teacher. I have my extra job. I teach extra curriculum as a tuition center. So I use my mobile phone to communicate with. Yeah.
It's not that they want to make noise, it's just he is translating them also analyzing.
Okay, I have my extra job as a tuition center, so I use my mobile phone to communicate with the student parents who gave me her or his child. For maybe someone who want to cross the road, I take it and then, okay, for their self. But a mobile phone help me also for my extra job. They pay me tuition fee. So sometimes some parents want to pay at Airtel Money or M-Pesa, so they pay by using a mobile phone. So it helped me so much. I also use my mobile phone to receive money for those. With good, maybe it is enough for my users of mobile phone. But with good users of mobile phone, there are some challenges. Sometimes telephone costs, which most people in Bunda, and especially in the rural area where I work, they don't have money to buy the bundle. So sometimes they want to communicate with their neighbor or parents. So she asks someone, your mobile phone has a bundle, can you help me to communicate with someone? Those are users of the important users of mobile phone. We can help others by using the mobile phone. Yeah. But sometimes internet access is difficult to afford. There are some areas there is no internet. So if we want to connect with someone, it becomes difficult. So it is a challenges of mobile phone in the rural area. Yeah. And not all people have mobile phone or smartphone. There are some people, they don't have even a mobile phone. And also there are some people and girls like me, they are not have a smartphone. So they use touch. They use a small phone. It's called it. Yeah. Okay. Even, for example, even myself, I started with to use mobile phone in 2006, and the phone I started to use, I gave from Roselle. She knows. When she was at Lushoto, Tanga, He gave me the phone because to communicate it was very difficult. So she gave me a phone so as we can communicate. So the mobile phone is very, very important.
This is our Wasili.
Yeah.
This is our secret.
Okay. But sometimes,
But I feel shy, you know, like she mentioned.
but sometimes there was the internet. So in the rural area where I live, the internet is very difficult to afford. So that is the challenges of mobile phone. Conclusion, I insist technologies to continue to achieve a good training, especially that are useful to learn. Sometimes we need to learn more for ourselves and to share what we know. For example, yesterday, when we enter in our conference room, and there are many people. They are found for what Wi-Fi, but the others like me, I didn't join with it yesterday because I didn't know how the uses of So that also is challenges of users of mobile phone. I think we have also to promote learning to our child or children, for that's good with advantage to them. And for me, I need to learn more about mobile phone and technologies because I need to have some materials to teach. Even if in Tanzania we have gave the tablets is called Vishkwambi. I think some Tanzanian teacher they know, but it is challenges internet. They can't connect internet, so you have it, but you cannot use it. So that is the challenges. So maybe the technologies, they have to afford the rural areas so that, or we can get the users of mobile phone. Maybe it is enough for me. It is enough for me. Thank you.
Asante sana, Ana. Now I'm going to give the place to Alice Jimila Boas, who is going to tell us her history. You need to talk to the microphone.
Hello, good evening. So my names are Alice Nyimila Boas, and I am an entrepreneur from Dar es Salaam. I own a stationery. A stationery in Tanzania is a business where in a room you've got printers and photocopiers and cameras for passport, but you do it for business. So somebody comes and you print it for them, you photocopy documents for them. Yeah, so that is what I do. And I started using my phone in 2013. Actually, my first phone in 2013. That was when I finished my Form 4 studies, and my mother gave it to me. Yeah, I was given by my mother because at that time I did not have the money to buy. And over the course of time, I used the smartphone, changed from one to another. Yeah, yeah, until where I am today right now. And so how I use my smartphone in my stationery, it is actually very important for me to have a smartphone because not everybody can physically come to the stationery, like the physical building where my business is. So a person can call and they say, I'm sending you a document, please print it for me. My mother is my #1 supporter. She does that a lot of times. So yeah, she sends me documents and she tells me to print them for her, and she passes for them later when she's going back home, or any other person. Or there's this thing called applications when universities open the windows for students to apply. I also do that. Yeah, and it is essential that I have a stable internet connection, because if I do not have internet, I cannot do that. So for me, a smartphone has been very important, or is very important, because I cannot do all that without a smartphone or without internet connection. So yeah, simply it is that. Thank you.
Thank you, but Alice didn't say that she is also a social worker, and she is going to work now very far away from Dar es Salaam as a new place, and you will use your mobile phone to be in touch with Rose and Precious. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Now questions.
So Alice, thank you. I'm curious. In Kinshasa, many people in the past would get their first email address and get online in a cyber cafe because they wanted to try their luck with the DV lottery to get a visa for the United States. So you're talking about registering students. Are you also, signing people up for the DV lottery, or that's not a thing in Tanzania?
Thank you. I want to ask Eusebia and Florinda how the mobile phone has changed the way Florinda, the way she does business. So I want to know that. And I also want to know because today we were talking about if they are single or not, if they are single or the civil status. Thank you. To know.
Okay, sorry, to answer you, Katrien, I do not do signing up for emails, but one thing that is common in Tanzania, a lot of young men and females use phones for betting. Yeah, sports betting mostly. Yeah, so, but I do not sign up. I don't do that for them. It's because it is easily accessible to have a smartphone, though it is quite expensive, but anybody can have a smartphone nowadays. So what they used to do, they use their phones. They don't come to me in my stationery, but they use their phones to do the betting. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Bom, ya traducí. Ahora ella tiene que responder.
Ok, para mim, telemóvel tem impacto positivo no nosso trabalho. Nós, como mulheres que estão a lutar, isso facilita. Por exemplo, na ligação com os nossos clientes, forma de transferir dinheiro, enviar mensagem, receber, fotografar nossos produtos, legumes, é muito importante para nós.
Entendeste? Basta.
Por exemplo, eu costumo ir procurar roupas de venda em Ziguinchor, em Senegal. Ok. Quando vou estar de lá, não vou ter tempo de passar em casa dos meus clientes um por um. Logo, faço fotografia daquelas roupas, envio para os meus clientes. Logo, se você gostar, você pode dizer para eu levar. Se eu não tiver tempo, posso entregar ao meu filho. Ele vai entregar. Logo ali, telemóvel fez-me comunicar com o meu cliente. Também ajuda-nos a enviar dinheiro para a Bissau e receber dinheiro. Porque antes, entregávamos dinheiro nas mãos de alguns portadores, comiam, diziam que perdeu. Ou diziam, eu sofri assalto à mão armada. Você não tinha como recuperar aquele dinheiro. Mas agora com Orange Money e MTN Mobile, o meu dinheiro vai a Bissau e volta sem que ninguém toque nele. E também temos outra forma de aproveitar a Orange Money. Fazer uma caixa dentro da minha conta, depositar algum dinheiro, poupança. Até no final do mês vou encontrar um montante que não podia conseguir se não guardar. É como uma burra.
Okay. Yeah, in English. No, not you.
Well, let's try to do it. Okay, answering to the question about what do you do with or how Orange mobile phone changed your lives, no? She's telling, for example, she used to sell clothes, and before that she used to go home by home, walking and showing the clothes, and now she just send some pictures, and if the customers are interested, then she goes and sell it, or send one of her children to do the transaction, for example. And another interesting point is that usually, some other times, before this digital money and before using Orange Money platform, sometimes they used to give the money to somebody, and the guy sometimes said, I was stolen with a weapon, I was robbed, and then you can't do anything, you can do nothing. So, and as well for
Outra coisa é que com Orange Money ajuda-nos a tentar fazer gasto de dinheiro mais equilibrado. Porque quando tem o dinheiro no Orange Money, não dá para comer assim toda a direita. Isso depende de rede, de carga no celular e da agência onde você vai tirar.
So they can make a more balanced management, a more equilibrium in general for everything. So she feels that it's really, really useful. Sorry. One is married, one other not.
Thank you. Very nice, four powerful women. I just want to ask, first I want to start by challenging Alice's contention so that the Tanzanian team and the Guinea-Bissau team answer this. Alice says everybody in Tanzania can have a smartphone. Is that true? I want the Tanzanians to say, how is that true? And Florida and Eusebia. Because Eusebia said she doesn't have a smartphone, but she has priorities. I want you to talk about that, particularly to the girls. Critically interrogate, as Divine was saying yesterday. Now, the other thing is about marital status. Marital status comes in as a backlash to women who are doing good. It doesn't have to be the agenda. That's what I want to say, isn't it? If Eusebia is doing good without a smartphone, then she's there. What do you think? So marriage, yeah, should I continue? So I just want them to be confident and saying, it is not about being married that makes me a good entrepreneur. Is that okay? Sasa, now I'm convincing people no. But I just wanted it to be, it shouldn't be part of the narrative about female entrepreneurs and the use of a cell phone. Yeah, because a smartphone can be colonizing. Then my last thing is just a point. Each one of you talk about the cell phone and the issues that it impacts on girls in Guinea-Bissau and Tanzania. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Maybe I should ask in Swahili for Anna. Anna, wewe ni mwalimu na najua shule karibia zote Tanzania walimu wanatumia hizi vishikwambi. Nitaka tu kujua ni kwa kiasi gani ni msaada, kwa maana kwamba badala kuwa labda kwa sababu hakuna internet vimekuwa mzigo, au basi vinawasaidia kwa kiasi gani. So that is my question. So I'm actually asking for Anna is about the tablets that were distributed all over Tanzania to all teachers, primary and secondary school. She's one of the beneficiaries. I don't see her carrying the tablets. Maybe it is used mainly in school, I don't know, but I'm asking her how is that, how the tablets have changed in the way they use for business or whatever. Then the second question is for Alice. She was saying that the stationery that she's running is also sometimes helping people or students who are applying for universities. I think maybe it is different in Dar es Salaam, but in the rural areas, there's always a problem. One goes to a stationery, wants to apply, but actually has never used the computer. I don't know if that is also the case in Dar es Salaam, but also how do you deal with that? Somebody comes, doesn't know how to use the internet. Do you do the application on his or her behalf? There was also another challenge related to that. The stationary people, sometimes because they have the knowledge, then they use that. Of course, it's a business now. You want service, I charge you because you want to apply. I know how to do the thing, so you are selling the knowledge. And then actually it comes with a cost. You want to go to a university A, but the stationary people have also their preferences. They change the perception of those who want to apply. The other time I had a case where a kid wanted to go to university A, but the stationery told them, oh, this university doesn't have an application fee, so you just apply. Then eventually actually she did, but she found out that this was not her choice. So I'm just curious. Maybe Alice will tell us what is the cases in her business. Thank you.
So we are going to have a round of answers, and then I will give you again the word.
Excuse me, could please repeat the question? Is there a question? Or it was just a comment? Okay.
pape un conversa, nka se bisi contra que tindil ma nkobil. So some punta nos nka tene omi. Puntale Esli.
Is there a question for her from there?
Me había preguntado que sí, que cómo mejoraba su negocio.
Maneja nta paga escola, pa maneja nfa nta paga escola pa.
En su caso claro no tiene, pero también
porque si mobile money se puede hacer
creo que había dicho.
Si puoi copiare un bocado mais como que telemóvel para melhorar un pouco o negócio, un pouco a actividade.
No, tipo es Tinder, pero es así. Y si contra
Sim, não está fácil. Para assim tem produtos, não está liga. Só que enquanto podia fotografar, enquanto tem telemóvel digital, não está liga cliente na hotel na Rubani. Yo, aquelas espinacas com na Rubani. Eta Solange, eta manda buscar.
Well, she said she doesn't have a smart mobile, as she mentioned before, but with the analogical one, she can connect to a hotel in other island. It's a very touristic island. That's the way she manages, and she makes business with the mobile.
Alice, you want to?
Sorry, one critical comment from Dr. Rose. I apologize. Apparently, I forgot that there are people who live in the rural areas, and are here being an example next to me. So not everyone can easily access a smartphone. Yeah, apologies for that. Because it is expensive to get a smartphone, and so it is easier to get an analog phone just because we want a phone for communication. So, and because of the little amount of money I have, so I go for the analog phones. But for a case of young females, they would go an extra mile, especially in the rural areas. They would go an extra mile, meaning they can get involved in risky behaviors like, find men with some money so that they can buy for her a smartphone, just because having a smartphone, especially in the rural areas, is something prestigious. Like, if I have a smartphone, then I've got some money. So yes, some young females can get into risky behaviors, can do things that are culturally and socially not acceptable just to have a smartphone. Yeah. So question number 2 was on the application of universities. I've once come across a scenario where a person came and she did not know how to use the computer or the internet for applications. So I helped. And I did not do it for business, but I did it as a human thing to do, because I've been to university and I've passed through the same procedures. And so I helped her and listened to the decisions and the universities she wanted to go, the ones she chose, not the ones that I wanted to choose for her. But you just advise them that probably University A is giving them advice, yes, and advantages. University of Dar es Salaam is a very prestigious university for us. So when somebody chooses another university, maybe that's when I step in and advise them that you could go to University of Dar es Salaam, because you could. They all give good education, but University of Dar es Salaam has just its prestigiousness that I'm from University of Dar es Salaam. This is just So yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the question, sawa. Nitaenda kujibu swali waliloniuliza. Ameuliza kwamba ni karibia walimu wote Tanzania nzima wamepewa vishikwambi. Ni kweli, lakini ameuliza kwamba je, vinatusaidiaje? vina umuhimu sana au yani vimefikia hatua gani? Ni Titus, even the one who asked. Okay. Vishikwambi ni walimu wote wamegaiwa wa Tanzania, lakini kwa kweli havitumiki sana kwa sababu kwanza havina repair, yani kikiharibika unarudisha kwa mwajiri. Lakini pia havifikiki na hakuna, yani hauwezi kupata internet kwenye kishikwambi mara nyingi. Kwa hiyo havina msaada sana, na pengine unamwona mwalimu ana kishikwambi lakini ana smartphone. Kwa hiyo ile kazi anayotakiwa kuifanya kwenye kishikwambi anaihamisha kwenye smartphone, kwa sababu kishikwambi saa nyingine hakina mtandao, lakini saa nyingine hawezi hakina mtandao, lakini saa nyingine hakifanyi kazi. Lakini tosha. Sawa.
It is true that all teachers in Tanzania were given tablets, but they haven't been useful because they usually don't connect to the network and don't speak of the internet. Yeah, sure like that. Yeah, I went for the gist. You're not every word.
You know what, ethnographer, we are losing a lot of details. Anyway, we are going to have just one more round, and we have to finish because it's the time for the closing conference, and we are, I don't know how, but you know, we are thinking to finish earlier, and then we are finished always late, so anyway. So someone else, you wanted to have? No? Yes? No?
Yeah, thank you very much, and it was first to say thank you, and just thank you for opening your lives, you know, to us. I lived a long time in Europe, and it's very difficult for people to talk about their lives and worse to talk about their lives publicly. So just to thank you for the generosity of doing that, you know, and to lots of people that you don't know. And there also lies my question. When I started to work, one of the projects that I used to do was around sexual expression. And I was sent during HIV to ask questions to lots of people, how many times you have sex, who you have sex with, etc., etc. It was one of the most embarrassing things to do, but it was the mode at the time. And now we have lots of people descending to ask people about their personal lives. And I am wondering how you engage with that and how you really respond to that with all of these people coming and asking you about your personal lives, you know. Thank you.
Thank you, but I'm very willing to tell my personal life, you know. Before I had to stop myself to tell. Yeah. But I wanted to tell a lot about my personal life. So, you know, I stopped because I saw people saying, no, we don't, you know, don't tell me your personal life. Lo que ha preguntado es cómo se sienten contando su vida personal al resto de la gente aquí, ¿no? Cómo se sienten exponiéndose, digamos. Él lo interpreta como una exposición. Later I will tell you. han contado mucho, ¿no?
Her answer is that she feels okay. She feels okay. That's what she said. La pregunta, si López se pregunta.
Señor. No escucharon.
She feels fine. She doesn't feel bad about coming here and talking. She's not telling anything that she wants to hide. So yeah, she feels. You can see her face.
Sim. A minha instinto está direito, assim, de bem, maneira que não ganha manga de experiência. Contente da maneira que saí de cá o lunho, a missão na canoa que daí. Graças a Deus. Graças a Deus.
She said that she feels really good, that for her it's an incredible experience. She only had traveled by boat, traditional boat, canoa. Now for her it was a huge experience, so she feels so good. And now she took a plane, so she don't feel she's shy at all, so she's feeling really good. As researchers, you mean? No.
Alguien llega a tu casa y te pregunta, te empieza a preguntar cosas.
Ya, sí, pero si un investigador va y le pregunta en el terreno, ¿se refiere a eso?
Me ayudaron, ¿no? Y yo entonces,
E mesmo também de trabalho, tu lembra aquela entrevista que a mim faz como? Para pergunta como é que trabalha, vou lembrar lá na horta, uma entrevista que não faz e que não grava, se você sente bem, se você tem problema para papear. Você tem problema? Ou na horta, para papear. Tem? Sí, yo le hice una entrevista a ella sobre eso, pero y trabajo.
Eu acho que com essas perguntas, para mim, não tenho nenhum problema. Porque, na verdade, são as coisas. Só que temos algumas caras que nunca conhecemos. Mas, de vez em quando, partilhamos algumas respostas ou encontramos com perguntas. O que é normal, se aparecer pergunta que eu não estou no alcance, vou só pedir desculpa. Mas, por enquanto, eles aqui estão nos ajudar a sentir que somos importantes aqui. Ou querem saber de nós, por talvez vão nos ajudar com um pouco que... Porque às vezes você tem resposta na mão, mas não sabe. Daqui o que falamos tudo, nós as quatro, sei que, mesmo que não for agora, alguém vai ter uma coisa que pode nos ajudar no nosso dia a dia. Não sei se eu tentei.
I'm going to try. Well, she feels good. This moment is making them important. That's really nice for her or for them. If she doesn't know an answer, she's going to say, I'm sorry, I don't know, and that's it, no worries. See. For her, it's the same being here than on the field. Actually, I made an interview related to the project, asking them at the beginning the use of technologies, all the issues in this research, and they answered. They felt fine. Sometimes she said that sometimes she doesn't know the people that are, or some faces she mentioned. They don't know the faces, but they manage. And that's very common on the field. They are related to an NGO project, and the NGOs, they arrive, do the identification, so they talk to the people, try to find the funds, but sometimes they don't get it, and then disappear. So that's something, this is a consequence of cooperation. This is a critical issue, but in all the other aspects, she said that she's feeling so good.
Mesmo nas nossas hortas, aparecem algumas pessoas, fazem-nos perguntas. Fazem por qualquer membro. Pode ser alguém de direção, pode ser membro simples. Como é que vocês funcionam? Quem vos acompanha? Quem ajuda? Esses painéis, quem são as pessoas que vos ajudaram? E o que vocês precisam para melhorar o vosso trabalho? No nosso trabalho, lidamos com perguntas. Mesmo no mercado, alguém faz perguntas. Sim.
On the gardens, sometimes they're working on the gardens, and some people appear and make some questions. They answer. They make questions about the solar panels, about the vegetables, and even on the market where they're selling. Some people ask them. It's a touristic island. It's very isolated, but it's as well is a very important island in a touristic point of view. So on Fridays, local people from the island that lives on Bissau goes to the island, and as well the tourists, less tourists and more expats living in Bissau that find a nice place in Bubaki to go to rest for a weekend. So, and all the people around the system of cooperation, United Nations, NGOs, they go and visit, and it's an important place to, and they're part of that as well. And this is something critical, actually, for everything. No?
Sorry. It's how do I say? Yeah, I feel like as how Mama Florinda said, like we are being recognized, that at least there's somebody who sees that or who knows that there are people who do certain things. Yeah, so I find it uplifting, I can say. Like it gives you a spirit to work harder and like improve and help a lot of other, for me it's like a lot of other young females like me. Yes, so I can simply say that.
Naomba niongee kwa Kiswahili. Ananiuliza kwamba nitajisikiaje. Ninajisikiaje, ndio. Ninajisikia vizuri na ninapenda watu wengi waje waulize kwamba kazi yako ni nini na una faida gani nayo na inakusaidiaje, na mara nyingi wengi wanaokuja kuniuliza kuhusu kazi yangu wanapenda, kwa hiyo ninajisikia vizuri.
Asante, Ana. Can you translate, please?
So she says that she feels good when somebody comes, approaches her and asks her about what she does, and like she likes it. Yes, she likes explaining what she does, how she does it, and because she finds it useful for herself and for the one who is asking the questions. Yes.
Thank you, Alice, for translation. Sorry, the time and also the too many. So we are going to have 2 more questions that we had already, and that we close. Sorry, Mirjam. So only if they are important.
How do we know that? They shouldn't be important.
No, it's just short remarks. It's just short remarks. And I think the question that was asked is quite important, the ethical question of what I find to be bothered as a self when that kind of question is extended to the other. What does that mean? If we are asked the same question, if somebody come to us, when I say us as intellectual, we question, why are we questioned? And so sometimes it's important to take that reflexivity. And personally, I have done that kind of work to try to understand what is intransactional when we are collecting data. Why are people open to give the information that they're giving willingly and spend hours with us? They have a particular expectation. They're expecting something. Then to what extent are we understanding those expectations? Whether it's self-actualization, whether it's passing particular message, it could be something. What is it? And is our research project fulfilling that? So that has been something that I'm going on myself reflecting, because it's very sometimes troubling, sometimes challenging, sometimes it's feel a blessing to really people give you the amount of time they give you, because that time is valuable to them in a particular way. To us, it's the process of accumulating knowledge, but to them it means something different. So I'm saying we should pay attention to that process and get the meaning of why people are open and willing to transact this kind of information with us. Then the second thing, I think it's a question of consumerism and type of research question that we ask. What is the role of technology and how does it help into business? It's very particular. It seeks a particular function to already existing organization of what business is organized. Most of these women, they will organize business regardless, some of them, and they use this technology as a tool. The absence of this technology does not necessarily mean it's the end of that business. So how do we create a balance to understand everyday life and what technologies help us to actually facilitate, to help, to communicate what those people are doing? Because we don't have time, I have like 8 or 6 points, I'll end up there. Thank you.
No helping.
Thank you very much. We are going to have time later with, the cocktail and the concert. So I know, and they are very deep questions regarding research, ethnography, and it's another level of discourse that I don't think is the time and the space now in this table to discuss. So later we can discuss and you can ask questions to other people, because we have to this is something that in research happen. You have a limited time and a budget. So now it's time to close the session, to thank them to come here, to be able to open for us their life and to tell us. So thank you very much to all of you to be here, and then we are going for the closing conference, and Mirjam, that she must be very exciting to have time now. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't expect that.
No, I have to wake them up, no?
Okay, yes.
Listen, we will try to wake you up. Hello? Hello, maybe we will try to wake you up and make this end a bit quickly, but still there's things to be said after all this.
Okay. Yes, we are coming to not the end, but nearly the end. As Roser has invited us, it happens that after with cocktail and music, will be more capable to think about ethnographic issues. It's not bad. It's a good. Anyway, first of all, I think it's clear that I'm happy. So forgive me. Not by him being happy, but maybe not being so clear as I wanted. I think that the conference has evolutionated. No? It has evolved, and I'm very happy because one thing, we have beginning just with English, only English, and we have finished with a really mix of languages that I have really. I am prepared to speak in Catalan, but I'm going to restrain myself anyway. But this I have liked really, because I think it's much on the mood of diverse, of the title and of the idea of the meeting. The meeting, it's clear that the subjects are too big to close them in any way, but we could open in a complex way, not in a simplifying way. So that's the thing, I'm very happy because of that. Then I'm also very happy because, and I don't know why, but I am in the beginning and in the end, like, and I want to thank Roser and Sole because of that, and because I have had the opportunity not only to be in the Congress that I was supposed to be, but to meet you and to meet also the two speakers, Divine and Miriam, that I didn't know, but they know themselves. So anything, it's really much more connected than what we thought. And I wanted to present her. And then I will say to you, I let the title of the closing conference to the end because, but Miriam de Win is a professor of anthropology and of history, which is something very near of my soul, because I'm anthropologist, but I have because of curriculum and because of teaching, I am anthropologist and historian also. So I am completely convinced that history, or at least time and diachrony, is something very important. So we can, if you want to speak of the future, we need to get near the past in the way we can. And you know, when this comes to Africa, it means ask people, speak with people, and not only read documents or look to objects. So to be a good historian, you need to be ethnographer. It's something. So that's why I'm also happy to present Miriam. Miriam has worked. Has done also a thing that I was impressed, that was to work mobility in all the ways you could think of. As you think of mobility, you think, well, we are going to study people who move. So nomads, or people, you think the first thing, people or where they are, or travelers, or where they are pastoralists. So she has working with them, but then he works also, and this has come during his career, with the mobility that can give us the communication. So communication gives us a mobility that is quite different from the physical mobility. It's the mobility of ideas and of communication, what you can get in touch with other persons. So he has connect both things, and I think this is really an opportunity for a meeting like this one, or for an initiative like this one. He has worked especially in West and Central Africa, in South Sahel, and what she's wanting to explain, Cameroon, Chad, Mali. But anyway, he's interested because of this movement. So he has worked about drylands, but he has worked also about warfare and culture of warfare and connectivity. He has worked about connectivity in itself. This beginning of working at the beginning until now, of people, of things like youth, urban. He has touched many aspects of life, because I think that's what you find when you go to the field. You can choose sometimes, or sometimes you are obliged to choose, but apparently he has been able to touch different fields and different ways of approaching the field, just working with different people. And I think this is a richness that she's going to share with us, and I thank her for that. And finally, I led with her, because after we have time of, of play, at least with what you are going to say, but I want to tell you the title. I have been asking her for the title during 2 days, and finally the title is, maybe you recognize it, is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Okay?
Yeah, and this is the good, no? You see, when I was prepared, first of all, thanks for the invitation. I will do my best to sort of close, but there is no closing, I think. And after the meeting that we just had with 4 women who shared their experience with us, how difficult or how ethically critical and difficult this is, in fact, I think we should stop. But there's a closing conference, so we're not going to stop. And I've been thinking about this, and also those 2 days, I've been thinking very hard what to do and how to close after the opening of Divine, who has confronted this with the real sin. And you've been talking around that a bit. So I will try to talk about the good and the bad and the very ugly of this new future that we're going to see. When you look for the digital future of Africa, you come across the reports of the African Union, and this is the model they use. So that's your future. That's our future. I don't know what to think about it. It's the fourth industrial revolution. What will it bring? And what do we already have learned these 2 days and from previous work that can help us to understand what it will bring us? And what I will try to do today is not just talk, but also try to organize in such a way that at the same time we develop a research agenda. A research agenda that will not only be for anthropologists, because I think we are also limited, or anthropology, and that will be my conclusion, should really enlarge its field of research. Okay. So that being said, let me see how this works. Yes. Are developments that we've been discussing, are they good, bad, ugly? We don't know. And this film, I think you all know the film of Sergio Leone, it was in the 1960s, and he brought forward this symbol of the cowboy. And I was also looking for some African films who used the same symbol. In these films, the struggle is around gold. It's the search for gold, wealth. The symbol of these cowboys is a sort of the newness, the modernity, the things that come into society. I see them as that symbol, and at the end I will come back to that. I found a line, just playing on Google, that this film and the good, the bad, and the ugly, which has become a sort of a line also in speeches of many presidents in the States, and I saw your faces, you all know it, so that is interesting. But it refers to, according to someone on Google, I don't know who, it was just a citation, to the shifting alliances and betrayals inherent in the quest for wealth. And that wealth in these films is gold, becomes an actor. It's interacting with society. A similar theme you find in the film made by a Burkina cineast, No Gold for Kalsaka. It's a film made by Michel Kazongo from 2019. He also plays with these cowboys, images and music. And it's about a gold mine in the village, a neighborhood of a village. This finding of gold gave people a lot of hope. A lot of hope. But at the end, the film shows a lot of despair. And maybe that's related to the questions that Divine posed at the beginning. Where do these developments come from? And I think this parallel with gold is very much useful for this discussion about digital communication. I see this digital communication as wealth, as a resource. It's a resource for the herdsmen in the Sahel. It's a resource for the women who were present here in the panel. But it's also a resource, and we've been discussing this, for big companies who brought telephony to Africa, who make good profits, who have access to huge data collections. It's wealth for the governments who in taxes, both from the companies and from the herders. It's wealth for the entrepreneur. It's wealth for the NGOs. So the stories of this digital advancement are manifold. There's many interests involved. It's about exploitation, at the same time about empowerment. It's also about digital colonialism. And some have called it a new scramble for Africa. So this whole complexity, in a way, has also passed these past 2 days. We heard snippets and bits of this story in all your presentations. So this resource that we call now digital technology relates to society. It lives in society. It makes, like the virus, a construction with society. Hence it transforms. And our question, of course, is this good or bad? Do we want to have that in our society? But do we give people who are now confronted with these technologies, do we give them a chance to think about it? That is, I think, the ethical question, which was not asked during this conference. What I want to do now is go back to my own fieldwork and share some impressions and ideas that I encountered. This fieldwork, whatever that means, fieldwork. I went to Cameroon in 2006. That's when I met Divine, and we never stopped talking. Mali, Sudan, Chad, other countries. I worked in urban communities with nomadic pastoralists. I have been working with societies that had been disconnected from good communication for long, and for whom the telephone became sort of this huge revolution. In fact, from 2000, it was the period in which globalization studies were very popular, and the globalization as a process was normalized. We all accepted that we were global. And I think also in this conference, we sort of say, no, some people are not connected, but still we all only talk about connectivity. And the thing is that many people are not connected. The globalization project has not succeeded at all. There's a lot of people who are outside of that equation. So yeah, this image about globalization, about mobility of people, about the success of technology, has become remedied in the years after, with a further understanding of non-connectivity, of the bad role of technology. And I will show that, and it's also my own thinking. I started with a lot of optimism with that research in 2006, and I'm no longer optimistic at all. So I will give examples for the good, the bad, the ugly, as I encountered in West Africa. The good, the bad, and the ugly are together, and they are the same. What I do is I will make a sort of an ordering, which is not a moral ordering, although there is some morality and subjectivity in this talk. Let me start with the good. In 2006, I took this picture in Cameroon. The good, I think, is about individual promises, sometimes successes or non-successes. We heard a lot about successes during this conference. And of course, we like to emphasize positive things. That's what we want to bring forward. That's what also the projects for which we work want us to bring forward. The first thing that I encountered were this kind of billboards. Declaration of the right to communicate. A very optimistic, positive kind of message. But who brings this message? It's MTN, the big company. So the revolution of mobile technology was promoted. And we all believed in it at the beginning, I think. Cameroon, the beginning of mobile technology in the streets of Buea and Bamenda. These streets then were full of call boxes. I don't know if you remember. It's history, eh? They are no longer there. That's when I started. Calls, you could call here because people did not have phones. You could call, and it would cost you 100 CFA, which is a very little bit of money, to call someone, or you would beep, and then you beep, and the other would call you back. Okay. MTN then was selling its presence and importance, also with a story about how good they were. And the best they did was gender equality. They gave women employment. Look at her. She's employed. Interesting. She's selling airtime in a call box in Buea, somewhere near the bus station. She's a mother of a small kid, and she made a living out of this. She was happy, very positive. But as technology developed, these jobs all disappeared. The call boxes were thrown away. You saw them standing along the roads, and they were empty. What has happened to these women? We don't know. But they were the selling point at that moment for MTN. It is good, but the good is also bad. Another example is the phone doctor. So a whole economy has existed and came into existence around mobile telephony. These phone doctors, a new job that came up with the start of mobile revolution, the technology changed rapidly and they had to adapt all the time, which they did. I know one of those phone doctors who became really a server on internet and found all the things of smartphones. He survived, but so many did not survive. Their hope vanished. And this is another picture of the selling of all kinds of phones, and this is continuing, and very much so, with China selling its cheap phones. It's a big market. And as I heard in the presentations, many people now have access, especially in urban areas, but also in rural areas increasingly. So, yeah, positive economic stories, maybe also the stories we heard from the 4 women, they were very positive, but there is this element of that it is part of a digital economy that is not steered by the people in Africa or in Europe. It's steered by companies. So I still tell you these stories because I think they are exemplary, although they are from the past, for the way this rapid development of digital communication technology, and it is developing still and very fast, with this increasing complexity, is creating jobs all the time, but those jobs are all ephemeral. And they've become especially very difficult to get for people who are poor. So finally, I think the poverty economy did not change, whereas that was the promise of the mobile phone revolution. Well, this slide gives me a way to turn to a new, other sort of positive development, because people got phones with numbers that became identity numbers, and the phone gradually changed into the smartphone. And what this smartphone did, and that is sort of sold as a positive element, is political change. It refers, and I think Katrien Piepe has given in her talk enough examples, so I will go very quick through this. But this whole idea that the mobile phone, especially smartphone later, had the power to organize, give people voices, make people globalized, where these companies have the power and the NGOs have the power. And that brings me, well, sorry, but I think to the bad. There is an embeddedness in global economic unequal structures of these individuals who have their smartphones and their mobile phones in their hands, which they do not always realize. We researchers, we should make that clear. So, the story of these communication companies. Here you see an advertisement of Celtel. I don't think Celtel is no longer there, because the head of Celtel, our nice Mo Ibrahim, sold it for millions. The story of Celtel is really interesting. It started as a company around 2000 to create possibilities for the poor. Celtel had this development idea. The communication revolution would change Africa. So the Dutch invested a lot of money in them. Celtel was funded by the Dutch government. It's quite interesting that they did that. Everybody was a believer. And I think nobody will really want to retell that story, because in the end, Mo Ibrahim and the people with whom we worked that are all interviewed, they became filthy rich by selling airtime in very small packages. That was a strategy to reach out to the poorest of the poor. The poorest of the poor economy was a growing economy. And that is how Celtel started, with a message of a romanticized revolution. So I think that is something we have to remember. And all these companies that are there now do the same. MTN in Cameroon, Orange, etc. They are world players who use the poorest of the poorest to get richer, and increasingly they enter the homes of many people, and very closely so. So if you have ethical questions, I mean, we should ask them Mo Ibrahim, who is now promoter of the best democratic leader in Africa. And then sometimes he says, I can't find them, so my prize is not paid this year. And then I ask, but you? Where were you? Who are you? What are you doing? It's all about facades. And he has a plane, a private jet. He has a very nice boat. It's interesting. Then the story of Facebook. It's another story. Connect the unconnected. You know how Facebook entered Africa? By connecting the unconnected. They had the Free Basic Initiative. So they gave out phones, and Facebook was already in it. I think you all know that many people in Africa refer to Facebook as internet. That is internet. And it has become internet because Facebook has sold itself as internet. The Indian government refused this intervention. They did not want to go into this project with Facebook. But 32 African nations joined. And you can probably know what that means. I mean, Facebook lives off clicks. Facebook lives off data. I think Africans are a larger proportion of Facebook data than you all think, but they will never tell. And they did it by, what we say, a sort of a sneaky politics, I would call it. Then, this other thing, I was talking about information. You all have heard about fake news, dis and misinformation. But we think it's disinformation and fake news. But when we did a survey in Mali, in the rural areas, but also in urban areas, it was really widely spread. This was one of the claims. People would tell us on social media, everything is true. So we can define mis-dis, mis-fake, whatever, but people don't recognize it as such. So it is probably a bit, I exaggerate maybe, but it's to make clear that these things that we think are for granted, they are not. So it's important that we understand that this is happening. And there again, Facebook plays a role. I did a research for the International Crisis Group to see how Facebook interferes in politics in Chad. So I talked to them about fake news and misinformation during political campaigns. And they said they have this sort of committee to arrest fake news, but they know they cannot. And they don't want it because bad news is more clicks. So, tech is wealth. But for whom? Technology adds power relations to society. But what kind of? I think it divides. And it does make the rich richer. Let's go to the ugly. I want to talk about violence. And this is my big friend Amadou, a herdsman. You introduced me as a nomad person. Well, that's, yeah, I sort of have lived to live a life of a semi-nomad. And he learned me how to do that. He lives in this Sahelian area. And in the 1990s, when I started to work there, the nomads were not, they were connected, very mobile people, they're connected to each other, but not connected to the state. They had their elites who are sort of intermediating if there's things with the taxes or something, and these also knew how to exploit them. So Amadou was a cattle, he has a lot of cattle and camels, living his life in a Fulani world. So not so much thinking about that other world, although he knew things were not always correct, there was corruption, but he had a lot of cattle, so he bought himself out. I think that it's important to understand that this area became connected. Amadou started to call me, but he also started to call others, political leaders, people in his environment. And with solar panels, he could be connected regularly, and so modernity sort of entered, the revolution came to the nomads. And he had a smartphone at a certain moment. 2012 is the moment that this picture was taken. What you see on his smartphone, which is the smartphone of his son, not of his, you see a pickup. That's how the jihadi groups Mujahideen came along, also his camp, the cattle camp where he lives. But not only that was transferred in his phone. There's also the preachers of some of the jihadi leaders who are also Fulani, and they speak Fulani. And they explained, Amadou, you know, you've been exploited all these years. The Malian state is not your state. And they have a very fierce, but yeah, it's true. So it has helped the nomads. I mean, I give this example of Amadou, but it was a general tendency that their world is sort of open through information that they got, through the possibility to communicate with the world beyond their own world, in fact, which has made them realize that, yes, probably the world is not as nice for us as it seems. And we need to be aware of that. And that awareness was fed by these preachers of jihadi groups, was also fed by the attacks of the army. It was fed by the fact that the state left their area, so there are no hospitals, no, etc., etc. A situation of crisis developed. And they explained that ethnicity became increasingly important. And old conflicts, like farmer-herder conflicts, became something to explode. And I think that one of and I can talk about this in more detail, but I won't do that, this combination of social media use, the use of different groups in different ways, the violence of the state and the violence of the jihadi groups, the violence of local militias, has led to a situation in which violence has become normalized. And increasingly you see the numbers go up. Violence is used, and you all know Wagner also arrived there. Well, the Russians did not really help to make it calmer. So, yeah, I see a mix between this power to inform and power to organize of the media and mobile phones that has been a factor in the development of the violence that we see in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger nowadays, and maybe as well in other parts of the world where there is war. I worked with some computational people on analyzing Twitter, and we made a line of the violent events base, ACLED, and the way Twitter, this is the violence that ACLED reported in Mali. So you see it goes up and up and up. And this is how Twitter acted and reacted. And there is a clear, and we did further research on that, and I can confirm that Twitter sort of reacts to the violence in the area. So this is ongoing research, but another sort of indication that we really have to see that information and organization capacity of social media that we saw as a very positive thing, participatory culture, participatory of everybody, has become participatory war. Maybe another, well, I just skipped this, it's too much. The last thing that I want to refer to is this idea of data gathering by the big companies. So all the people who participate one way or the other with their mobile phone in the global world give away their identity. We all do, and we all know, but we do deliberately. Many people do not know, but we still promote people to join without explaining. And I think that is a crime. That is really criminal. We should not do that. I explained to you how these companies play a role. It goes further. This slide shows the data center in Sweden of Facebook Meta today. It is only one. You know how many new data centers are built? And it's just a short time away that they will start building these data centers everywhere in Africa, but not to keep it for Africa, but to take it out and to make commerce and whatever they do with it. So control and data, this digital capitalism, which is also a form of colonialism, shows that our world is still so unequally divided. And that these new technologies that we've been discussing here, also a little bit as a success, have a very dark side. And I think in our research as anthropologists, as political scientists, whatever, we have to do our work better. We cannot just do our nice anthropological research locally. It's impossible. We live in a networked world, and that networked world is very black. And I think that, I'm sorry for the word, it's very dark. Sorry. So I think, and that is our unconsciousness, no? We are all still colonial. So I want to end here, make a reference to the film again. Probably if you want, we can watch the trailer, because I think what happened around the wealth, the gold, is what is happening around, and maybe on a much larger scale, around digital tech. The digital communication is probably something to fear. I don't know if you want to watch a film, then we have 2 minutes to do that. And then, oh, it doesn't want to start. Do you know how that works? Normally it should be there.
I will turn off the light. I think it will be better.
It's not showing.
Just a minute. I have to turn off this great technology.
We have to go to the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, yes.
présentation ont accueilli ce premier lingot d'or de la compagnie Kalsaka Mining SA.
Ton batikal sak na libro bari kaga bana pa matibu rob na pa matibu kaga bana pa matuma rob na pa matuma kal sak na me rati tup sa vasan masa ab sa vasan masa ne ka digna ko kal sak na ba shekto al shekto wutu ko da al shekto wutu ta to tam miliyar da di wuta so miliyar ya wani da sa wani.
Il n'y avait rien. Absolument rien. Absolument rien.
Tangan dia kan yang apa? Papa, Uma, asyik ke Syam. Yang dia siapa ni tolong ikan nak siapa sih? Ni Syam.
Sindi kami, ini kan ni. Wei potong kiri lah, wei bab mana tu wei potong kiri. Kon ni yang meng ni, kon ceng meng bu.
Hangai sudah tu yang nampak. Nara boleh tu kita tu. Yang lain tu yang pernah apa kali lebih apa tu?
Nasara sampai kah, dia minggu jiwa yang jiwa. Maming na ye dalam tapa pupi lem Sofia. Aminga sampai tidak kami handik dia sekretari namanya apa ya? Pupi lem bayi nama, kami nama fa pupi lem kabai. Aminga dalam tu dia Nasara la pupi lem pasti tu tunggu punyi. Kamu tuan tasa lu tu. Aminga nak tunggu.
Kon patare kilimi tipok pubi. Wata nam se nyoro to la lebro to be simbe at frame ke tembe nimbana ga pogo to wala nimbana ko la dinga sama.
Yes, you see, these cowboys are the tech that came into that society. And they hide their real identity. And the end is nothing. I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay, as I said, the meeting is evolving all the time, and I think to finish, we have to face many things. That is really an open field, and I think Miriam has put some very important questions to think. For example, I can avoid thinking it's not so dramatical than this case but a very similar case is Ilakaka. It's a new town that you can find in the southwest of Madagascar. There was nothing there, and then there is the Saphir town. It's completely western, and everything that's happening is not good for people, but it's some kind of fool that is disappearing now. It's like a ghost. So that's happening a bit in any place. Sometimes it's more lasting or not, but everybody knows that has begun to happen, especially when connectivity has grown. That's true. So I think this is a question that we can face. We have some questions, and maybe we can also search for this I don't know, opinions, how to face. Are we fearing this or not? We're not fearing. So I give you the word, and knowing that we're not closing the question, no? But it's good to open all the faces. This one or?
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, and of course it has opened me on many issues that I'm still thinking about. But one thing which is really very interesting for me is the discussion that you bring in about Mali, about the pastoralists. Before the smartphone, before the internet and everything, it seems that the life was really okay. Of course, they were not opened to the world. Of course, they didn't know so much about what the government was doing. And suddenly, when the internet and the mobile phone came, things changed. It changed to west. And I just want to hear from you whether it was okay if they remained without the mobile phone, because they would have continued with their life without violence, without conflicts and so on. And if that would have been the case, would that be okay? That at least just remain the way you are and things will be fine. Or they have to, or either the way the internet came in, it was in a wrong way. Maybe it could have come in a different way. So maybe I just want to hear from you, was it the way the mobile phone was introduced was in a very negative way? If it could have been introduced in other ways, maybe it could have helped and so on. So this discussion about whether the internet, the availability, or we are talking about marginalization. If you have the internet, sometimes it's empowering, but sometimes it's not. So which is the best option? If I have my life and the peaceful mobile phone. So that's my question.
Thank you for, I should say, a shocking presentation. Because it was shocking, you know, it has the good, the bad, and the ugly. But from the presentation, what I collected and should say is a takeaway for me, that tech is not bad, neither is it ugly. The problem behind is the unscrupulous people, because they are there with or without technology. So it is the people that we would want to deal with. And it's not a question, I just wanted to contribute in that. So when we are trying to address the issue, I think we should focus on the root of the problem. This internet thing, the tech thing, is a superficial thing. The problem is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's excellent. And it makes a whole reason, as we started in a very excellent way, now we are having an excellent ending. It's like a concern on probably your suggestions, actually to us researchers. As we engage with research on this technology thing, and we tend to have, let's say, half-cooked or partial understanding of technology. Is it about the questions that we ask that makes us have a certain view about technology? And therefore, probably, we tend sometimes not to be very, very understanding the ugly part. And the other thing is, what is your view on the way we do research? Do we take time to listen to the narratives of the people where technology is interviewed? I mean, what are your views on that? But honestly, that was an excellent talk. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miriam, and for really
formulating it, very succinctly in this quagmire, So we end up being very, very excited, but at the same time, they're very disappointed. I want to focus on your challenge to research and the question that we started with, which is also connected to what my brother was talking about, the root cause. The root of it is, that's what I call the original sin. That's why I deepen that very deeply, which is what is troubling all of us, because when you push it, it provokes an existential question, because you have to ask a lot of questions about yourself, your methods, and lots of that. And like we were discussing today, it requires a lot of effort that we don't want to invest in. So it's easy to just, hang on to the bandwagon, because we don't want to put in effort. It needs a lot of effort. But I really want to push you. You spoke about networks, especially in the global world, where it is interconnected and also people are not connected. It's how we should do this, How should we really do this? And how should we do this in a way that avoids what you have just presented? We as researchers, and because there is a way in which in our work and our process we deepen this. Because it's not just Twitter, it's also the work that we've created that people are using to activate these conflicts. So how should we do this? That's the question that I really have for you. And just a side note that the creator of Call Me Back in Vodacom is in court, actually, with the company, because the company made so much money, but the guy who was working for the company just made almost nothing. So there's a long case now in South Africa, about the guy who invented that Call Me Back, because the company made billions, and he's asking that he should also be given some of those billions that were made from this tool that was created for equality. Thank you.
We make a first show of answers, and then we begin. And then we go dancing, no? Yes. It's easy to say that without phones, life was better. I also think that for myself. But we have them, so we can't go back. And don't romanticize nomadic life. Don't romanticize the knowledge they have and they had. And they, since the 1990s that I engaged with these people really intimately, I've seen how they've been marginalized in some sort of way. They suffered, and they knew that they suffered, but they didn't have the tool to say something. So in a way, what I described, the violence is ugly and terrible, but the fact that they are conscious of their position in society is probably positive. So there's not only bad, there's also good. I would hope for Amadou that he could live a life without being part of a jihadi group. But something had to happen, because the inequality and injustices were too big. It's a complex story, but I write a book about it, send it to you. But so don't romanticize, be aware of inequalities in our world that are there and that in a way are made visible through the intervention of people with social media and mobile telephony. And then people act, react, and things happen. And we can't steer that in a way. You said it is a shocking presentation. Yeah, it should shock you. It should make us think. That's what I try to... And it's something that I'm thinking about day and night, especially since following what's happening in Mali, in Ethiopia, in Russia, Gaza, it's all connected, I'm sorry to say. And it is part of the acting of social media. And you say there's people behind it. Yes, that is true. Certainly, it's people who do everything. But at the same time, the dynamics and the kind of organization, the way these social media are constructed, and there we go to the sin, it has become also an actant in our world. I'm not really a society technology person, but here you see that social media, with the algorithms, with the way it's organized, the commercial profits that are behind it, does do something to our society and does steer. We can change that if we want, so arrest people who are at the top of these things. But that's not going to happen because too many people have an interest there. It won't happen. Don't romanticize about that. Yeah, and then, in fact, Divine and also Rose asked which questions to ask. View away on the way we do research. Well, I think that's anthropologists, let's talk about anthropologists, need to widen their horizon. And I would invite these ladies to join us in a discussion about, I mean, you were talking about orange money. Orange money is not Tanzanian, it's French. So we have to discuss these things. And that should be part not only of the, probably there, because I saw what was happening is a form of co-creation. But co-creation is not only exchanging on daily life. Co-creation is sharing together the world. And this world is big. And this world is globalized without us knowing in many different ways. And we have to explore these ways together with the people with whom we co-create. I was accused of, by a researcher, that the way that we interacted with the nomads has opened their minds. And that is true. So we should be aware of that, of what we do in research, and make it a tool. And create together a conscience of what is happening, because then we can change it. And that was the question of Divine. How can we do research in these networks, in all these complex, in fact, complex new social fields that are already no longer new because we are all in it. We live in the virtual, we live in the online, we live in the offline, all together. How can we do research there without these consequences? Well, that's an illusion, I think. But we can do better. And we can engage better. And one of the things is, don't limit your research to the borders of your own view. Go further, make your field wider, go talk and make an anthropology of companies, do an anthropology of the NGOs, involve all stakeholders, all interest groups in that tech wealth. And then we can say something and together create something. And that is also the task of researchers, I think. Researchers cannot step outside of the world. We cannot just only observe. We also play a role, and because we are researchers. But we have to embrace that, do it together, and be aware. But this will change our methodologies, certainly. And this is a long process. And it has to do with positions and hierarchy and knowledge production, I know. So that's a whole discussion that we can't have this afternoon, but it's part of it. Yeah.
Let's do another turn. So, Jacqueline.
All right. I think one of the questions I want to ask is basically, it's an old question. The conditions that make it disruptive encounters possible. We have had this over and over, you know, from colonialism to gold mining, now to tech. Like how much out of this work we can come also to understand conditions that produce Airtel, you know, that make these exchanges and these promises possible, and people allow to bring themselves to such kind of transaction. I think it's a very important context and conditions to understand, because as we know, the global is quite complex. There are different actors. If you look at the production of technology itself, where you're starting with people with creative mind, innovator, come to entrepreneur who want to use that technology to make money, then you are going to government who are interested in governmentality of the people, and then you go down to the normal user who just want to be part of the global story. So different actors, different interests, different product means different things. And so definitely we are going to have different ways we are organizing our life, different struggles and different experiences. So how with these different kind of set and positionalities that we have, class position, geographic position, they are all part of story. And then technically, how do we create knowledge to speak about and put into archive for the future humanity in order to address these kind of questions?
Let me also thank you very much for this brilliant presentation. So in your response, you touched on what you called company anthropology. Now, I want to know if you have undertaken such kind of research, and maybe if you have been able to engage with owners of companies, whether it's tech companies or mining companies, and maybe what has been your conversation with them. I mean, what's their position with regard to the conditions which, the activities they engage in produce? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for this talk. I'm listening to your proposals to reinvent anthropology in this dark anthropology that you've been presenting. And one of the options that you're proposing is to do an anthropology of companies. But how feasible do you think that is? Because these companies, they don't like outsiders. They use their rights of, this is a competitive market. We don't need intruders, or, you're going to steal economic, strategic information. Like one of my PhD students, I think I told you, has this banking app in Holland, and every time when she does a transaction, she has planted a digital tree in Kenya, and she's doing actually research in Kenya, went to look for the forest where that bank is apparently investing in, and that forest is inaccessible. So how feasible do you think that actually an ethnography of these extractive practices of these companies is?
Let's finish this. We can talk more when we drink wine. Because these are really very important topics, I think, and they go further than this whole. We have to make probably a new conference on these kind of things. Jacqueline, I think I I listen to you more as a comment, because there is fringes, ruptures in our world, and we need to continue to talk about it and to write about it. And I think also in your case with the schools, you need to search for it, because the company who gives you the tablets has a story. You have to go there. Though the fringes in our society are touching on all our lives. So we have to make them visible. And that visibility, the production of knowledge that we do, I think you touched upon an interesting thing, is the archive. We have to archive what we find for future generations, and not only write articles in journals that nobody reads. So let us make open archives where things are accessible for everybody who has a little bit of digital skills. And that is something that takes away the time of you as a researcher to do things that are mundane, that are not probably highly ranked, etc. But we have to change our ways of knowledge, dissemination, provision, archiving. And interestingly, the digital gives us so many chances to do it differently. So let's use that. I think that is a very important element of making visible the fringes of our world to more people than only the academic community. Own research. In fact, your question was how to work with the companies, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of, if you have done such
Yeah.
research, what kind of conversation
Yeah, okay.
do with the owner?
It comes close to the question of Katrien. Yes, I did this research. I went to the offices of, and I met these people of Celtel all in the Netherlands, and we had good times. They have good wine. And they invited me on their ship, but I didn't go. That was too far for me. But I did talk to them and listened and tried to understand what they meant with pro-poor economy. And I was like, what? And there's a professor in Maastricht who defends it for them. So academia is involved. So I try to understand these reasonings and networks, yes. In Sudan, where Celtel was sold, became another company, Zain, that the colors of Celtel, yellow and red, all were turned into purple and black. I found that interesting. Complete different culture. But Zain, I was able to film even. I did interviews with the CEOs. They are open to talk because they think they sell a product that's good for the world. So their own imagination of the world is quite interesting. So yes, you can go there, you can get there, you can be there, but you have to do it. And of course, you think it's not possible, but you can do anthropology with those people, of course. And you tell them that you will be critical. They sign your consent form because they're happy to talk. Because they don't think that they sell something bad to the world. And partly that is also true, because it's not only bad. That is the bad, the good, and the ugly. It's not only bad, it's not only good, it's not only ugly. There's all these kind of elements in it. So you can have a good conversation. These are intelligent men. It's mainly men, so far, what I came across. Yeah? Yeah, this scene, it's created by men in these black boxes. But the black box is Dubai. So if you really want to go to, and I didn't do that yet, but we should go to Dubai. Do interviews there, live there in a nice flat, see what's happening. Yeah, in the swimming pool, full of gold. So yes, Katrien, I think anthropology of companies is possible. Very possible. There is also an anthropology of NGOs. But it demands a different kind of attitude of an anthropologist, I think. We have this tendency in anthropology to go to the non-heard, people without voices, which is good. We should do that. But we should also do that other part, because the world is networked, and we cannot avoid being in those networks. And the networks of people from the village to the headquarters in Amsterdam are connected, and it's these connections where we find the fringes, and I'm not the first anthropologist to say so. And I think we have to sort of it's not only the companies, it's not only the NGOs, it's a whole ecosystem around the technology. You know, technology is described as a regime by some. It has a lot of elements around it. People have interests in it, there's materiality, there's the creation of the objects. All this is part of the ecosystem of that technology, and the people are part of it. And it's this, what I said also in my talk, I'm maybe not clear enough, it's the relation between these regimes of technology and the people they target that creates new dynamics in our society that we have to follow. And this technology, although steered by people, I agree with Tito, it's people after all. Even the algorithms are people, even all artificial intelligence so far, the fourth revolution, it is people, but it can go out of hand. And it's good to understand what people want with it, to understand where it goes. So we need to talk, we need to understand. And I think there we go back to Divine's sin and the black hole, the things where it is happening. We need to go there. So let's do it together. Stop.
Okay. So I think we are going to finish the conference. I just want to say something. I think this type of end has reminded me quite a lot of my beginning because when I began to study, it was the time of Afro-pessimism. It was very, very in the mood. It was then slowly during the 90s that changed. It was slowly because the 90s were terrible. I mean, violence hadn't begun with mobile phone. Hard violence and huge violence in Africa and in other places. But the mood changed at the end of the 90s and the beginning, and it was a very important mood that changed that I think everybody wanted, in some sense. But this discussion has reminded me discussions we had in this moment, because I think the challenge and the richness of Africa. Why are we here in Granada speaking of Africa? That's not a small question. That when we were making the question, what do you think about we coming there and making questions? Because maybe if I know that my mother has been speaking something about myself when I was small to a strange person, I will say, okay, mom, what are you doing? So the question is because why are we interested in Africa? So I think one very important question is that you may be optimist and pessimist at the same time. And that has been, from the beginning, I begin to look to Africa just by chance, because some things take me to this. And this is something that is unexpected. And why it is unexpected, I think that after years, what I think, I can't explain exactly, but I think what Africa gives to the world is pluralist way of reacting to things. This plural is much more that we call plural in Europe, much more. It's not a common rule and then some small difference. There are several rules at the same time. And I think this is what makes us be at the same time pessimist and optimist. All is true, but nothing is completely true. So I hope we continue to take all these phases, because this is really learn something about ourselves, really. So thank you very much. I hope we continue.
Yeah, well, Almendrita will do it otherwise. The almond one. Okay, so I just want to close this conference. It's time to close with all the people who were here in the first line of the stage. Gemma, who else? Rita. Sí, vente y me acompaña. Nazaret. Bueno, no importa, la presencia es importante también. Bueno, I think we have a lot of questions to discuss again and to do, I don't know, maybe 10 conferences more regarding all the topics we have here. So thank you very much for all the input, for all the contribution, for the bad, for the good, for the ugly, for the sins, for the angels, I don't know. So thank you very much. I have here, I think we have reached the end of this conference, and I want to thank everyone for making it possible. And I'm very happy also to be able to announce not only the small Almendrita who is over there already to sing for us, but I'm very happy to be able to announce that the energy and the desire to have a second edition of this conference in the city of Las Palmas with Casa Africa, or through Casa Africa, in 2026, in 2 years. So I'm going to give the floor for a bit to Stefania, in the case she wants to give us some words. So thank you very much.
It's difficult for me to imitate the work of Roser and the rest of the team. Thank you very much for these days and for all of you. And we hope that we see again in 2 years in Gran Canaria. I hope. So we have hard work in a few years, but continues. Okay? Thank
you. So we now go to enjoying some drinks and some dancing with the, how is it? The small almond, the small white almond? The white little almond, Black Mendrita. Let's go.